Here in this room, we are going to start the partner session presented by Kellogg School of Management. This session is titled as Business as a Force for Peace, ESG, Sustainability, and Economic Resilience in a Changing World. Allow me to introduce the speakers. Senior Vice President Setouchi A, Mr. Kimura Tomoyuki. From NTT Docomo Global, Senior Vice President, Business Management Division, Ryujiro Nemoto. And from Alliance Bernstein, Head of ESG Strategy, Ms. Usui Haruna. And from Northwestern University, Kellogg School of Management, Director of DRRC, Ms. Cynthia Wang. So these four panelists will be on stage, and Professor Cynthia Wang is going to moderate the session. So please start the session, Professor Wang.
And thank you for coming to this session. I'm very honored to be here and to be talking about this particular topic. I would like to thank Governor Yuzaki for coming to the session and the executive committee. This is a very important topic. And for those that may not know the Kellogg School of Management, we are a business school that's located at Northwestern University. This is just north of Chicago. We also have a waterfront view. It's not quite as wonderful as the waterfront view here, but we are very focused on bringing the future of business into focus. And our focus is to really develop a community of ambitious and collaborative thought leaders that think creatively, act authentically, and also embrace change with confidence, something that is very, very important these days. And I just want to tell you a little bit about myself. I'm lucky enough to also have gone to the Kellogg School of Management in 2007. I received my PhD there. And I've returned as a faculty member in the Department of Management and Organizations. I'm also the executive director of the Dispute Resolution Research Center, and also the past president of the International Association for Conflict Management. So as you can see, I'm very passionate about understanding how to resolve conflicts and dispute and really promote stability and peace within society. Now, just a little bit more about the Dispute Resolution Research Center. We are a center that was founded approximately 40 years ago, and we're an institution that pushes forward the boundaries of teaching and research on conflict and collaboration. So one thing we do in terms of teaching how to resolve disputes and conflict is we use a experiential team-based learning method. What does that mean? We focus on active learning, where people do role-playing exercises, for example, to be able to really take part in things like negotiations, take part in things like conflict resolution. And through this practice, this is where we can actually learn to resolve conflict and support problem solving that can help the community in the future. One thing that I want to point out with our materials is it isn't just limited to the Kellogg community. We actually distribute over 250 exercises, cases, and simulations on topics such as negotiations, dispute resolution, decision-making, and teamwork. And we actually sell our exercises and cases all over the world to 70 countries, over 5,000 instructors, and to over 200,000 students annually. And these aren't just undergraduate students, these aren't just MBA students. These are executives at organizations. We do a lot of executive education, and a lot of schools around the world do executive education using our materials. And what we really focus on are some of the important issues that we're all facing today in this world. Of course, we are in a global world, so we have exercises on cross-cultural negotiations. We have exercises with environmental themes, themes around climate change and how to negotiate climate change decisions. And in line with a lot of the topics that were discussed yesterday, we're very focused on how individuals interact with AI, how it can sometimes help innovation when you use AI, and sometimes it can hinder innovation when you use AI. So these are a lot of the themes that we're looking at. Beyond the teaching, I also want to let you know that we focus on research innovation. What we really want to do is in the spirit of this forum, which is to bridge interdisciplinary research with real-world impact by increasing dialogue among academia, government, and business, because that's when real change happens. Some of our research has been highlighted in the media. For example, ongoing in the United States is political polarization, and within the New York Times, they've highlighted some of our research around that topic. And we also highlight research within our Kellogg Insight magazine, which reaches around 1 million visitors per year. I will note, I will personally be talking to Kellogg Insight about this particular forum, so stay tuned. And in a couple of weeks, there'll probably be an article about this forum and about the ESGP model that we've been discussing. So in light of that, I want to switch gears, and I want to start talking about, with the panelists, using the Hiroshima Declaration as a base. And as a reminder, this is a very important declaration. And what is difficult is we're facing a range of challenges, global challenges, such as climate change or economic inequality, which really obstructs the path to peace. And to address these challenges, we have to come together. We have to build that mutual trust. This can contribute to the creation and maintenance of peace and have this positive cycle that allows for further peace and economic stability and prosperity. In light of this declaration, we brought in 3 distinguished alumni panelists, all who have gotten their MBAs at Kellogg, all who are wearing purple, which is our color of choice. And I'm just going to jump into it because we've already introduced the panelists, but they all have varying expertise on the topics that we've just talked about. So I'm going to start with Ryojiro. Oops, I'm going to go back here. We can shut off the slides now. I'm going to start with Ryojiro and just learn a little bit about you. So Ryojiro, you're a class of 2004 alum, and you focused on the global business of NTT. Many of you are probably familiar with this, a giant group of Japanese technology companies. Can you tell us a little bit about your company and yourself? And one thing I've noticed is that NTT Docomo Group has a very unique brand slogan. Can you also elaborate on that?
Sure, Sincere. Hello, everyone. I am Ryujiro Nemoto, and I am honored to be here. I'm a Kellogg class of 2004, and currently serves as a Senior Vice President of NTT Docomo Global, which was established in 2024 to promote global business of NTT Docomo Group. I've been involved in the global business of NTT and NTT Docomo Group for many years, promoting business alliances, corporate acquisitions, and global business expansion so far. NTT Docomo Group's slogan, Bridging Worlds for Wonder and Happiness, holds special significance that we will continue bridging the worlds of people, communities, regions, lifestyles, and industries around the world. I think this policy will allow us to contribute to the peace building and stability through our corporate activity, as stated in the Hiroshima Declaration. As a member of NTT Group, which operates over 70 countries and 340,000 employees globally, NTT Docomo provides mobile communication services and smart life services, such as finance, payment, entertainment, and marketing, and to enhance their everyday life of people using new technology, such as AI. NTT Docomo Global promotes global business in an integrated and agile manner across Docomo groups. Through creating new lifestyle with partners and accelerating structural changes in societies and communities, we think we can contribute to the new communication and stability of the society, which should be the very basis of the peace building.
Yeah, thank you very much. And could you provide a specific
具体的な例を挙げていただき
lifestyle or structural change that has led to this social stability?
Yes. As Hiroshima Declaration states, meeting basic needs and preserve human dignity are essential to maintain the stability and prosperity necessary for peace. I think implementation broadband networks such as FTTH and 5G has been the driving factor to create the new ways of communication, such as SNS and richer contents, cheaply and easily. And I think this will create a new lifestyle change, which leads to the social change to the companies. And then NTT Docomo Global is discussing with foreign partners to implement broadband network using Open RAN, which utilize our expertise and experience in Japan. And this will bring a new lifestyle to those who are not currently enjoying the broadband, benefit of broadband network in developing regions.
Wonderful. And so what I hear is that this technology will help bring this social stability that will allow for greater communication between different societies, for example. One thing I do want to mention is we're hoping for time for Q&A, questions and answers from the audience. So if you have one or two questions, burning questions that you want to ask, we'll try to leave time for that also. All right, now I'm going to actually turn to Haruna. Haruna is class of 2007 alumna, so we graduated the same year. We didn't hang out too much together, but I'm very happy that we were there at the same time. Haruna leads the ESG initiatives at AllianceBernstein Japan, and you have a strong background in investment and business development. Can you tell us a little bit about what investors do when integrating ESG into the investment process? And how do you see the impact of such an initiative on peace building?
Thank you, Cynthia, and good morning, everyone. It is such a great honor to be here today, especially with the presence of Governor Yuzaki, so thank you very much. My name is Haruna Usui, and I'm head of ESG Strategies Japan for AllianceBernstein. So AllianceBernstein is a global investment management firm headquartered in the US with a strong emphasis on research-driven active investment. We manage money of our clients, such as pension funds or retail mutual funds, aiming to achieve certain level of return by investing the money to various asset classes, such as equity or treasury, corporate bonds. We also have nearly 40 years of experience in Japan managing assets. And then in my job, I lead various ESG and responsible investing related initiatives in Japan, such as client communications, policy advocacy, and thought leadership. So let me share a bit about our approach at AllianceBernstein on ESG integration. So we integrate financially material ESG factors into most of our actively managed investment platform. That's now approximately 70% of our total AUM, asset under management. And as a fiduciary managing our clients' money, our mission is to maximize long-term investment returns And to do so, it is important to consider financially material ESG factors that could affect corporates' future earnings and cash flow. So for example, climate change that presents physical risks, such as increased impact and frequencies of flooding and hurricanes, which can disrupt business operations and production facilities. So materiality, this is a keyword, how those factors would affect corporate earnings, differs by sector and industry. So another example of materiality is water consumption and wastewater management, which could present, again, ESG and financial issues for example, beverage companies. So as an active investor, we leverage data science and research platform to continuously strengthen our investment process by adding appropriate ESG lens in our analysis. So I'd like to share some examples on our research based on factor attribution using historical returns, which has shown clear financial implications of ESG factors. So the first one is about employee safety and equity performance. So we divided stocks in the MSCI All Country World Index. So this is basically the global stock market. And we divided them into quintiles, so 4 groups, according to their incident rate, so the number of workplace injuries or illnesses. Then compared the returns of each group relative to the whole market over 14 years until 2024. And the results show that the high injury rate group consistently underperformed the market, while the low injury consistently outperformed. So meaning that companies with better employee safety practices had better stock price performance, whereas weaker ones with poor safety practices. Another example is about corporate behavior and bond performance. So in a similar analysis, we found that what is called social fines, like regulatory penalties for like workplace health or safety or anti-competitive practices, that's a powerful factor. So again, we divided the global bond market into 4 groups, and the group with the high social fines had poor corporate bond returns, and the group with the lowest fines performed well. So these are only a couple of examples, but by looking at that, I hope you could understand the importance of ESG considerations in investment processes in seeking for better financial returns. And then if I could touch a bit on impact on peace building, as Yujiro said, and as clearly stated in the 2025 Hiroshima Declaration, business contribute to peace through activities, such as by providing employment opportunities and prosperity to a community eventually. At the same time, sustainable growth of corporate value is inevitably based on peace. So investors and businesses need to incorporate its externality and impact, such as biodiversity and appropriate labor management practices, which I'll be excited to share a bit more details later in this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing, and I think it's very compelling to have this research and these metrics to be able to track how ESG impacts the organizational outcomes. Thank you so much. Now, last but not least, I'm going to turn to Tomo. Tomo is class of 1991 alum and is an expert in development finance. He's led the formulation and implementation at the Asian Development Bank's long-term corporate strategy. And of course, you bring a unique perspective to this panel, so we're very excited to have you. Can you tell us a little bit more about yourself and the organization and your experiences? And in your view, what's the root causes of conflict between countries? Because it's something that you've likely seen when you've been working at the Asian Development Bank. And what role do you see businesses playing in addressing the risks?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Cynthia. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tomoyuki Kimura. Thank you very much for Governor Yuzaki for hosting this excellent event, and also congratulations for the Hiroshima Declaration. I recently joined the startup, clean energy startup, and one of the company's mandate is to provide clean energy to huge power consumers such as data center. But today, I put on my old hat, that of the Chief Strategy Officer of the Asian Development Bank, where I used to work for 25 years. To those who are not really familiar with ADB, it is a multilateral development bank owned by 69 countries and economies, with Japan as its largest shareholders. In the Hiroshima Declaration, the role of an international organization like ADB is not explicitly mentioned, but they have been playing a critical role in peace building. In addition to ESGs that they actually started to consider very seriously in their investment decision even more than decades ago. ADB has an extensive experience in designing, financing, and implementing projects in conflict-affected, fragile countries and regions. Some examples include the post-conflict support in Afghanistan, Myanmar, Sri Lanka, and the Philippines, and some preventive support in the Central Asia. Although they have not officially added P to their ESG policy, but actually even more than 10 years ago, they started a very detailed operational guideline for their operation in conflict-affected and fragile situation. I was directly involved in the ADB's post-conflict support in Afghanistan in early 2000. Also, tsunami recovery support for Sri Lanka when the country was in the middle of a civil war. I also led ADB-funded projects to develop an AI-driven ESG assessment platform for the last 2 years. So I'm really passionate about how to use the technology to promote ESG and hopefully plus P. So Cynthia, your question about the cause of conflict, of course there are many, but I would say that one of the major causes is economic disparity and poverty, and there are of course many underlying issues such as infrastructure deficit, limited access to market and finance, and climate change, the environmental stress. Another cause is weak political and the judicial institutions, the laws and the rules. They lead to divisive social and political dynamics, non-inclusive governance structure, lack of access to justice, and then vertical and horizontal inequality. All these can undermine social cohesion and lead to conflicts. And particularly between countries, I think competition on the natural resources and trade barriers, economic isolation, these are often the major cause of conflict. So in addressing these root cause of conflict, I believe the role of private sector business is very important. For example, investment in, say, manufacturing, service, and agriculture would create employment, jobs, and then stimulate local economy. Also, investment in resource management, renewable energy, efficient use of water will mitigate the dispute, by sharing the benefit and promoting cooperation among countries. And also, in terms of cross-border infrastructure investment, the roads and ports, power grid, and the digital network will definitely help enhance economic integration and foster cooperation among countries. But one thing I really would like to emphasize at the beginning is we should be mindful of the difference between peace building versus conflict sensitivity approach. Because peace building activities are primarily motivated by the intention to reduce conflict and promote peace. So therefore, their focus is working on conflict. But on the other hand, adopting conflict-sensitive approach is to deliver development, humanitarian, and business activities in a way that minimize the risk that those activities could cause more harm than good, and then eventually increase the risk of violence. So it is actually laying the foundation for maximizing the positive, impacts of the activities on sustaining peace. So I believe the role of the private sector should be to address those root causes of conflict, to avoid them, to mitigate them, rather than directly working on the conflicts for peace building. So in doing so, I think taking conflict-sensitive approach in business will be critically important. Thank you.
Yes, and I think that's very compelling, this concept of conflict sensitivity and understanding how that can mitigate risk. I'm just going to open it up for maybe one question to each other. Given that we've all introduced our work, do you have any specific questions that you would like to ask?
Yes, and I think for some countries, there is some difficulty to conduct business. And when you have the project to do such project, your primary partner will be the public sector. But how do you manage to include a private sector to these difficult situations?
Yeah, thank you, Ruchiro. When we do an investment project in emerging market, particularly where there's the conflict, the risk, the project risk, country risk, they're very high, right? So bringing all the major stakeholders to share the risk is one thing, but the financing term is also very important. So these days, the financing modality called the blended financing is becoming more and more instrumental. This is actually the modality to blend very concessional money, normally from some donor countries or international organization, with commercial money, so that private financiers and banks, they're more motivated to make the investment.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Just for the sake of time, I'm going to continue on. Now, Tomo, you've actually provided some interesting directions about how to mitigate conflict. Can you provide a specific example of how some of these initiatives have promoted long-term stability? And also, what are some of the challenges you've faced in convincing constituents to invest?
Thank you, Cynthia. Let me share one example from the country where I used to live for more than 20 years, it's the Philippines. So it's so-called Bangsamoro conflict in the Philippines. It's a Muslim part of Mindanao. So this is a decade-long struggle by the Muslim people for autonomy and self-determination, deeply rooted in historical grievance, marginalization, and also a land dispute. And it led to the armed conflict, as you may know, and then peace efforts culminated in the 2014 peace agreement establishing Bangsamoro autonomous region in the Muslim Mindanao. But even with this peace agreement, the government faced significant challenges in attracting private investment. One of the reasons was the persistent perception of the persistent insecurity. And investors still remain very worried due to a residual violence from splinter groups and local armed conflicts. Another issue was very weak institution and the governance gaps. So the newly created Bangsamoro Transition Authority was in a very formative stage with a limited bureaucratic capacity and decision-making procedures. And also general regulatory uncertainty, land administration issues, slow decision-making, coupled with inadequate infrastructure and a very limited finance ecosystem further eroded the investors' confidence. So after the peace agreement, two international organizations, ADB and World Bank, stepped in to help the government to create more enabling environment for private sector investment. World Bank funded many community-driven projects through Mindanao trust funds. ADB also invested heavily in infrastructure, also provided capacity building to this newly created autonomous government, and also helped them adopt so-called conflict-sensitive development planning approaches. So as a result, private sector started to play a very important role in economic reintegration and long-term peace building, particularly in terms of livelihood restoration, local enterprise development, skills training, and microfinance. I think this multi-stakeholder model fosters inclusive and sustainable stability, and then it reminds all of us that when sectors comes together with a shared vision, we can turn fragile transition into sustainable peace.
Wonderful, thank you. And Ryojiro, I'm going to turn back to you. Do you also have an example you can share, and particularly about cross-border infrastructure investment that can promote stability within a given environment?
Yes, cross-border digital infrastructure investment, such as internet backbone, submarine cable, data center, and possibly open RAN, will enhance the capability of cross-border communication and would be a basis of closer relationship between countries related. And I think that Kellogg has emphasized on their teamwork and also mutual respect. And this is very important for their collaboration with local partners, which is very essential to success such infrastructure projects.
Yes, and I think this just highlights our collaborative lessons that we bring from Kellogg. And I'd like to turn to you now, Runa, just learning a little bit more about the impact of PRI and ESG. Things have changed a lot over the last 20 years, so can you tell us a little bit about how you've seen things change over the last 20 years in terms of these concepts?
Sure, thank you. So first of all, it is remarkable to see how ESG, the concept itself, has evolved since the term first emerged in early 2000s, and the United Nations PRI, Principle for Responsible Investment, was established in 2006. And I joined the last two PRI in person, the annual gatherings of the PRI in Tokyo in 2023 and Toronto 2024, and the witnessed discussions around ESG being expanded with wide spectrum of perspectives and investment approaches. So looking back, initially, there was the concept of socially responsible investing, SRI, which is more closely tied to philanthropy. So then in the early phase of ESG, we had simple exclusions of undesirable sectors, so such as tobacco, alcohol, or adult entertainment, or screening based on certain criteria. So from there, ESG evolved to include, one is probably impact investment, which aims to generate real-world impact alongside financial returns, and also materiality-based ESG integrations that we touched upon earlier. But however, even today, ESG investment means different things to different people. And it is not a bad thing at all. So, but I would note that when engaging in ESG-related discussions, it would be probably critical to align expectations and the definitions on your side and the others, having a common base of understanding, have a interactive, mutual understanding. And also I'd note that currently in the US, we see, as I said, the backlash against ESG, so anti-ESG movement gaining momentum. And to me personally, this reaction seems to be triggered not only by concerns over greenwashing, so superficial ESG initiatives, but also by broader criticism that ESG considerations might distort investment returns or unfairly limit capital allocations to certain sectors. So again, discussions from various perspectives is critical to make progress, and we are happy to continuously engage in those discussions.
Yes, and I think ESG continues to be something that you can have to consider over the long term, and you've seen a lot of changes over the last 20 years. What about you, Ryojiro? Have you also seen changes?
Yes, actually, I worked for Investor Relations Office of NTT between 2004 and 2008, and what is expected to business has changed dramatically since then. And with this change in mind, NTT DOCOMO Global thinks it is important to bridge the worlds of people, communities, etc. around the world.
And I just want to echo what both of you are talking about. Business schools in general, over the last 20 years, the landscape has changed for ESG too. It's become part of the curriculum. and part of the lessons that people learn, trying to figure out the right metrics, making sure there's less uncertainty around these topics. These are very important things that MBAs continue to learn and will continue to grow in this field. All right, thank you so much. So now, let's talk a little bit about risk. We did start talking more about risk in these conflict-affected areas or fragile countries. What have the risks you've seen? What have the challenges you've seen within these situations?
Yeah, thank you, Cynthia. Of course, there are all kinds of risks, country risk and difficulty in stakeholder coordination, weak governance, corruption, security threats. So, effective risk mitigation, mitigating all these kind of risks requires very strong partnership between the government, the private sector, international organization, and local community. So in this regard, multilateral development bank like ADB can bring very unique experiences and capabilities to this context. The MDBs are the development partners that can take on risk that the private sector often cannot. And they can work very closely with the government to help them establish enabling legal policy and regulatory environment, particularly to encourage the private sector growth. Also, they have a significant convening power to facilitate the negotiations between countries at the policy level as well as between stakeholders at project level. I would like to share one very interesting experience of mine from Afghanistan. So ADB was deeply involved in the reconstruction of Afghanistan since 2001. And in that experience, we learned that it is critically important for the success of project to get the early stage buy-in from local community, and particularly local community leaders. We actually had various cases where the project near completion were actually destroyed, physically destroyed by the member of the community who are the beneficiary of the project, because the community leader, elderly leader, just said, I oppose the project on whatever religious reason, and they ordered the members to destroy them. So, based on this, what ADB started to do is they decide not to initiate any project unless a tripartite agreement between the government, contractor, and then local community leaders is signed. So this approach actually dramatically turned around the situation and became very effective in preventing conflict and fostering local ownership.
Thank you for sharing that. And just a follow-up question. So we talked about mitigating risk. You've also talked about the importance of collaboration. What actions lead to strong partnerships? And as a negotiation instructor, I'm curious, are there specific negotiation strategies you use to forge these partnerships and launch these development platforms?
Okay, so let me share with another interesting experience of the regional cooperation framework. So ADB has been a front runner in promoting sub-regional cooperation. They started the first of its kind initiative for regional cooperation early 1990s, which is called Greater Mekong Sub-Region Initiative. We call it GMS. So this GMS initiative have promoted regional stability by fostering cross-border cooperation in the water resource management of the Mekong Delta, Mekong River deltas. So water resource management in the Mekong region is a complex transboundary issues involving 6 countries, namely China, Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, Thailand, and Vietnam. And rapid hydropower development, particularly upstream dams, has altered river flows, sediment transport, and fisheries, and affecting the millions of people relying on the Mekong Delta for their livelihood. However, weak coordination and different national interests of the six countries hindered effective governance. So the key strategy that were taken under this GMS initiative, first of all, they strengthened regional institutions such as Mekong River Commission to improve data sharing, policy alignment, and joint water governance. But in parallel, ADB and then other multilateral agency and also Japan provided a cooperative infrastructure projects such as irrigation and flood control to optimize the shared benefit while minimizing downstream harms. And also they established a dialogue platform including GMS working group on environment to enable technical cooperation, early warning systems, and trust building among the countries. Also promoted private-public partnership in water utilities, etc. So I think these efforts ensure that shared water resources serve as instrument of cooperation rather than conflict. And by integrating conflict-sensitive planning, inclusive dialogue, and then joint infrastructure development, this GMS initiative has transformed the Mekong Delta from a potential flashpoint to a driver of peace, economic integration, and sustainability across the Southeast Asia.
Yes, and I do think that this is very important in terms of this developing a framework to build mutual trust. Without that trust, when people go in too quickly, you're not going to be able to resolve conflict in those particular situations. Thank you. Do you have anything to also add on, Ryojiro, about this particular topic?
Yeah, as for collaboration, having a good global partner and working as a team is very critical for the global business and also the cross-border transactions. And this includes those employees who join our group as a result of the acquisition, and also the business partners locally. And to address these matters, I think that, as I said, Kellogg's teamwork approach works well for such cases as well.
Yes, this continual focus on the team and collaboration. Did you also want to add something, Haruna?
Yeah, I just wanted to step in for the collaboration. As an investor, we often engage with corporate issuers, and then we having for example hostile or confrontational engagement is not really what we intend. We want to make it to mutually beneficial for the corporation and then us by to encourage better corporate governance, for example, for long-term shareholder value creation, which is beneficial for them and also for us. So, we are trying to be somehow trusted advisor when engaging with, corporate issuers, so that we can go, somehow hand in hand for better corporate practices for, longer term corporate value growth. So that's something that I just wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Now, in terms of collaborative leadership, I think this once again just is, these are themes that are important to talk about. I know, Haruna, you've talked a little bit about different partnerships with different groups like the Columbia Climate School. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Sure. So collaboration and partnership among the different sectors, including academia, are really meaningful, especially in relatively new fields with less precedence like ESG. So one case I'd like to share is our partnership with Columbia Climate School. Since 2019, Alliance Bernstein has been actively collaborating with Columbia Climate School to leverage academic insights and expertise in climate change. So what it is, and then how it could affect our portfolio companies' operations or broader landscape, such as regulation or people behaviors, into our investment process. So through this partnership, we invited Columbia researchers and professors to training programs for portfolio managers and then analysts. And then this program equips our teams with the knowledge and then tools needed to assess climate-related risks more appropriately. We also provide a training program called the Climate Change and Investment Academy for our clients globally. And then in this 6-week online but interactive program, our clients who join that program can directly ask questions to Columbia researchers and also our investors, our portfolio managers, about the corporate climate change and then its impact to their investment process. So this doesn't only help our clients navigate climate-related risks, but also explore the broader socioeconomic implications, like the intersection of climate change and poverty, and that could cause, for example, human rights risk and also the geopolitical tensions. That's one thing. And another example that I'd like to show is our participation in biodiversity finance, a bond issued by the World Bank. So biodiversity, the variety of life on Earth, including ecosystems, species, and genetic diversity, is essential for maintaining ecological balance and supporting industries that rely on natural resources like agriculture. And according to the World Economic Forum, over 50% of world GDP somehow relies on nature and its services it provides. So biodiversity conservation is important, but issue is that requires massive financial resources. And then it also presents unique challenges because biodiversity cannot be directly monetized. It's a public good, and then biodiversity does not have a straightforward market mechanism. We cannot make money by buying it or lending it to someone else. So it was difficult to attract investment under traditional financial model for private capital, yet public capital itself is far from enough to cover that massive financing needs for the conservation. So this new biodiversity bond issued by the World Bank aims to conserve black rhino population, Kurosai black rhino. So black rhinos are critically endangered species due to poaching and then habitat loss, but they play a critical role in the environment as one of the keystone species closely linked to various other species' lives. So unlike traditional bonds, this black rhino bond is structured as a KPI-linked bond, so key performance indicator-linked bond, where additional return to investors based on the conservation outcome will be financed by philanthropic money. So that will be kind of like blended finance, and making it financially attractive for return-seeking private investors by adding extra return portion using that philanthropic money. So, and then the investors will be rewarded based on the growth in the number of black rhino that will be monitored separately by the third party. So by using philanthropic money to add extra return, but mostly financing from private capital, this is a very unique structure in combining two different types of money. But obviously, with this additional complexity in its structure, investors like us had to have extra work to due diligence or valuation or its transparency. But still, we are proud to and then happy to become a lead investor in this deal in a close partnership with the World Bank as an innovative solution for making impact while fulfilling return requirement as a private capital. So partnership and then creative, collaborative approach really matter.
Yes, you have to be creative and you have to understand the partnership landscape and potentially approach many different partners in order to actually fulfill these missions. Thank you so much. I'm going to ask one more question, and then I would love to jump to the audience, and hopefully some of you can ask some questions for the panels, anything that's of interest to you. But let's talk a little bit about technology and innovation. And I'm going to go back to you, Tomo. Just tell me a little bit how you think technology, you are in the AI world now, technology like AI, big data, digital platforms, how are they reshaping conflict resolution, conflict sensitivity, and peace building as how they're approached today?
Yeah. Thank you very much. It's my favorite topic. So in fragile and conflict-affected situation, I believe big data, AI, and emerging technologies can significantly improve how the governments and investors analyze needs, plan their interventions, and manage risks. AI-powered tools help analyze vast data sets like project data or public records to identify underserved areas, prioritize resources, and monitor development progress in real time. So this technology increases the speed, precision, and the responsiveness of conflict-sensitive development while reducing the reliance on on-the-ground data collection. Real-time monitoring of social media, sentiment analysis, network mapping can provide the early signs of unrest, such as the rising tensions or spread of misinformation, often before the official reports come out, right? So, but however, the technological potential must be weighed against ethical concerns. Obviously, the risks include lack of privacy and consent, algorithmic bias leading to false positives, particularly against a marginalized group of people, and a limited transparency over who owns, control the data, and then act on them. So I think without the proper safeguards, that these tools can shift from protective measures to instruments of control. So reasonable deployment requires careful design, oversight, community engagement to ensure technology serves as a tool of care, not a tool of coercion.
Yes, we do need to be careful and start thinking about a framework around how to deal with the technology world now. Ryojiro, do you have anything to weigh in on this particular topic?
Yes, as explained, technology has contributed to evolution of the communication software. And I think the recent huge evolution of AI is changing dramatically how we interact with customers and how we conduct business internally. So there is always a risk that the misuse of this technology can lead to more conflicts. But I think by using wisely, we can use this technology to promote more about bringing the one and happiness, as our slogan says. And the NTT Group is developing new technologies such as ION and also AI called Tsuzumi and also 6C. And also NTT Docomo Global intends to promote marketing solutions which utilizing big data and also AI to our foreign partners utilizing the technology which NTT Docomo has been developing in Japan.
That's wonderful. Thank you for sharing. At this time, I would like to open up for questions from the audience. Please, there should be somebody that will go around with a microphone. Great, back here. So yes, we see a hand over here.
Yes, thank you. This has been a great panel, and I appreciate all the comments. I have a question about what I believe is a dilemma. You talked about biodiversity, a dilemma of energy transition, where we're going to need massive amounts of copper, lithium, cobalt, nickel, and most of that is contained in very sensitive zones, whether it's deserts, it's the jungles, it's areas that have not been exploited, and there's a lot of risk of biodiversity. How do you think about that? I think for both of you, Usui-san and Kimura-san, from your point of view as an investor, your point of view in the ADB, biodiversity and the need for all of these different minerals for energy transition.
Thank you for the question. I'm afraid I might not have the very clear short answer for that question, but as you clearly pointed out, it's a complicated issue. For example, coming to the energy transition, using solar power, from one aspect that might be a good thing, but what if, in the production process for solar panel, if there is inappropriate labor management practice, is it a really good thing? Or even lithium, etc. So I don't really have a clear answer, but the one thing I can say is that we carefully engage with our portfolio companies about not only about their direct operations, but also indirect their supply chain and in operation beyond their own operation, but supply chain as well. So, for example, the modern slavery risk, the poor labor management practice risk, that is probably come to the somehow on the close to the top of the list. But we carefully watch that, as it's not a simple story. Like, yes, it might be helpful for future cash flow generation to be a cleaner company, but at the same time, we also need to assess the corresponding risk appropriately. So one aspect doesn't really show you the whole picture. So that has to be based on continuous engagement and the not one time, but a series of engagements with corporate portfolio companies, and also with the external expertise like in academia and in others. So no shorthand, I apologize, but that's what I think.
Yeah, when, say, ADB speaks to ministers and leaders about the needs of investment for energy transition, biodiversity, no one, of course, argues because it's all about climate change. But in reality, they have to face the trade-off between short-term objectives, short-term gain, and long-term. Any project can be designed in such a way that it can help address climate issues, but it requires more time, it requires more cost, requires more knowledge. They're always under the pressure to address rapidly increasing power demand because using fossil fuel is faster. Addressing biodiversity, climate adaptation, it requires more money at a longer time while they are getting pressure from their ministers because election is approaching. So how to convince them and then get a buy-in? It's not easy work, but I think it requires coordinated approach among various stakeholders. So government and the international organization and maybe academia, we have to help convince them using data analytics. Private sector definitely bring technological solution. Financiers, of course, can contribute by innovative financing mechanisms.
Yes, and just to touch upon academia, you were talking about the Columbia Climate Institute. We also have one at Kellogg now that we're developing. So we can see that these groups academic groups are working with these corporations to try to solve these difficult, complex issues. I also want to add that if you want to ask a question in Japanese too, please feel free to do so. So thank you once again for that wonderful question. Do we have other questions?
All
right, and I'm one of the food manufacturers, and the prices, the grains are increasing. The prices of grains are increasing, and actually the prices, commodities are increasing in prices. And I purchase grains at a company, which is no exception. Now the climate and weather. They're changing. In order to distribute the risks of the climate change, in order to prediction of climate change, to what extent, how long For how long can you foresee the climate change? So this is really a simple question, but I just wanted to ask you this. Thank you very much.
And then I'll ask interpreters to make it English for
That
Cynthia.
sounds wonderful.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much for your question. For how long? Well, okay, by regions, well, the natural disaster risks, we really have to grasp the risks, which is very important, we believe. And we are headquartered in the United States, and the municipal bonds we invest in the municipal bonds, and they at each region, the flooding risk and the hurricane risks are actually meshed for the evaluation. This risk of this region and that risk region, how different are they? And if a company A has the factory there, and company B has another factory there, and what kind of risk difference between these two companies, and how they are making preparations for those possible risks? We have to understand those. And by region, by land, we have a tool to evaluate the risks. We have the high granular mesh to make evaluation for those risks. Well, probably for how long? I think we have to turn to other professionals regarding that.
Question? We have one right here.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to ask a question. So my name is Elvis, and actually I'm from Ghana, but I'm a JICA scholar. I completed my tuition at Yokohama National University and had the opportunity to work with Scale Out. And through Scale Out, I got the opportunity to participate in this business forum. I must say it's very impressive, and I have got the opportunity to learn a lot and engage with most Japanese businessmen and other government officials as well. So my question is, so as we may all be aware, Africa's economy is growing rapidly, and Africa is attracting several investments over a period of time now. Particularly Ghana's economy has been growing even beyond COVID. And recently, our currency has been performing very well. And I must say, Japanese government has also extended several ODA programs to Ghana in building capacity. For example, the JICA, which I am a benefactor, and also the Noguchi Memorial Center for improving health and health research into diseases and all that. So I want to know how Japanese business companies are positioning themselves and to benefit from this ODS support and assistance that has been given Africa or Ghana to be specific, and how can we promote or support fair trade and sustainable development partnership between Japan and Ghana or Africa at large. Thank you.
You have a...
Okay, from business point of view, I think Africa is an attractive market, and actually, Entity Group acquired a company in South Africa called Dimension Data in 2010, and actually I joined the project to acquire acquisition, and I think through that we cover the business basically over the African continent. And then also, we think that it is an unmatured market and also growing market, so that we are seeing the opportunity to go into there in a manner which is sustainable manner. And so I think we are looking at these opportunities as well.
Thank you so much for sharing, and thank you so much for the questions. Now, if you can pull up the slides again, we'd like to wrap up. Just to go back to yesterday's discussion and the Hiroshima Declaration about integrating P into the ESG model, I think this conversation has hopefully pushed forward some ideas about how to do so in order to build that stable society and secure business environment. So I'm going to ask one final question and to each of the panelists. I would just like you to share one concrete action that businesses and the audience can take to advance peace building or conflict sensitivity, if we want to call it that too. So we'll start with you, Tomo.
Okay, so very briefly, I think now peace is not only a moral imperative, it is an economic necessity. So as we see now, the private sectors recognize climate stability as a global public good, which is essential for the viability of their investment. I think peace and social stability must be viewed in the same light.
Wonderful, thank you. Haruna?
Well, personal reflection. So coming to this forum and then listening to like everyone's discussions and then yesterday's discussions, and then especially given that recent global developments where somehow, our common sense, the concept of democracy, common prosperity, might not be just a given thing. We cannot, take it as a, status quo. So I think my action to take after today is that ask a question, understand the person you are speaking to, breaking the silo around you, and then understand even when the person in front of you has a different opinion, and a view. That's probably my takeaway.
Thank you very much. And Yojiro?
Okay, under these difficult circumstances, I think the return to basic is very important. I just emphasize the importance of the continuous cross-border communication in your daily life. And I found many discoveries with communication with my partners in overseas. And sometimes I discover something I think is not what they agree. And sometimes I discover they agree more than I expected. And so through these communications, we understand each other, which should be making the conflict less. And so which should be the very basis of the peace building, I believe.
Thank you, everyone, for sharing your perspective. If you want to put up the last slide. All right. Of course, we have to thank the organizers. Yoko-san is back there. If you want to wave and stand up. Thank you so much for organizing this session. We had many, either early morning or late night calls, depending on where we were. And I'd also like to thank Takuharu, who couldn't be here, but he was also an organizer. We have a lovely alumni network in Japan, and we're very grateful for that. And if you want to join the Kellogg DRC community, if you want to learn more about the teaching materials or research we're doing, please feel free to join. Otherwise, I want to thank you for your participation, and I want to thank the panelists once again for their wonderful insights. Thank you.
Mr. Kimura Tomoyuki, Mr. Nemoto Ryujiro, Ms. Usui Haruna, and Dr. Cynthia Wan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We would now like to begin the partner session presented by McKinsey Company. Here, the topic is a new CEO imperative, navigating the challenges and opportunities in a changing global order. Now I'd like to introduce the members and panelists and the moderator who will be on stage. First of all, Mr. Kenichiro Yoshida, Director and Executive Chairman and Representative Corporate Executive Officer, Sony Group Corporation. And next, Dr. Chris Miller, Professor, Fletcher School, Tufts University. Dr. Megan O'Sullivan, Director, Belfer Center for Science and International Affairs, Harvard University's Kennedy School. And the moderator is Chairman of Asia of McKinsey and Company, Mr. Gautam Kumra. So now that we have everyone on the stage, Mr. Kumra will be serving as a moderator for this session. Mr. Kumra, please.
Yeah, okay. Well, there's some confusion there, but I'm supposed to say a few words before the session starts, so that's why his microphone is off and my microphone is on. So, thank you very much for joining this Hiroshima Business Forum for Global Peace. Thank you very much, and I'd like to express my great appreciation to McKinsey and Company, and also Mr. Gautam Kumra for organizing this session as one of the very important partner session. And the topic of the session, as the MC introduced, it's the new CEO imperative, navigating the challenges and the opportunities in the changing global order. I think this is very a timely topic and very important topic with the very important, wonderful panelists. I think this panel is one of the most gorgeous panel in this forum. But also I'd like to thank Mr. Yoshida and Professor Sullivan and Professor Miller. Thank you very much for your presence today. And I'm certain that this session will be very, very interesting and insightful. So I'm very much looking forward to it. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Governor Yuzaki. Thank you very much for those words. So now, please start the discussion.
Please start.
Well, thank you. Well, let me start by saying thank you, Governor. Thank you for the welcome and for the introduction. Thank you very much. I'm equally looking forward to hosting this session. My name is Gautam Kumra. I'm the chairman of McKinsey Asia based out of Singapore. And it's a real privilege. It's a real privilege and a real honor to have a chance to moderate this discussion amongst my three esteemed panelists. Before I briefly introduce them and give you a sense for what we're going to cover, I'm going to take about 3-4 minutes to make a few remarks just to set the stage for this topic. I have 3 comments to make. My first comment is, it is undoubtedly an unprecedented time when the world could not be more deeply connected, but equally globally contested. The world could not be more deeply connected and equally globally contested. When I say deeply connected, it is interesting to note that if you look at trade as a percentage of GDP globally has been somewhat flat for the last many years. But if you look at trade in intellectual property, people, services, data, that has been growing at a rate at least 50% faster than trade in goods. And the world is getting much more integrally intertwined than we might realize. It is also true that there is no part of the world, that can truly claim to be self-sufficient on everything it needs to fuel its economic growth. In fact, we find that every region in the world is today dependent on some other region in the world for some critical commodities and products. So the world is quite integrated. If you look at Asia, where we sit, half of the world today touches Asia, whether inbound or outbound, and half of the trade that happens connected to Asia is now happening within Asia. So Asia is also getting extremely integrated and connected with each other. But it's also true, part of the reason we're having this conversation is because the world is also deeply globally contested. Megan, as you were telling me this morning, I think we are seeing a real competition for foreign policy and global supremacy. We're seeing kinetic conflicts, whether it's in the Middle East or Europe or elsewhere. we're also seeing a much more increase in what I would call economic lawfare. We're seeing increase in sanctions, increase in investment controls, and all of that is happening, and every day brings new challenges and twists. So that's the first thing. The world is incredibly interconnected, but also globally contested. Second, when we look at Japan, and I think you all know Japan better than I do, but I come here at 6 to 8 times a year. I think Japan not only is the 5th largest economy in the world, but it is strategically extremely interestingly positioned. On one hand, certainly, and Chris, we were chatting about semiconductors. It is now, certainly it's got a lion's share of fueling the semiconductor industry through its position in chemicals and making manufacturing and tools for the semiconductor industry. It's also playing a very important role in defining trade through the CPTPP deal and many other such agreements. So Japan is certainly in a very interesting strategic position to participate in and help shape the changing world order. The third comment I wanted to make is, how should companies respond to this uncertain, volatile, complex geopolitical world where there are many, many things happening in addition to technology, energy transition, and now geopolitics? There are obviously no easy answers, but if there are 3 words I can leave behind, I think it's protect, prepare, and propel. Protect, prepare, and propel. Protect, because of course, everyone's position runs the risk of being challenged. I saw one of my clients in Thailand is a global seafood company, and 1/3 of their operating profits potentially stand to be disrupted if they don't do anything. So they need to see how to evaluate their global competitive position and protect their revenue and cost base. Similarly, you need to prepare. You need to prepare by taking a set of what I would call defensive moves. In some cases, it might be changing pricing to take care of increased tariffs. In some cases, it might be reconfiguring supply chains to take care of new trade corridors. And finally, it's propel through offensive measures. If prepare is defensive, propel is offensive. Because the one thing we have learned from certain similar turbulences in the past is that standing still is not an option. And when you look back, the companies that propelled themselves through some offensive moves are also the ones that were able to distance themselves by capturing more market share and value creation. That might mean increasing investments, for example, in markets like the US. It might mean restructuring your product portfolio. It might mean aligning yourself with new economic opportunities, whether it is in markets like India or Middle East, and so on and so forth. So those are just 3 introductory remarks about a world that is extremely interconnected but deeply contested, Japan's important strategic position in that context, and the need for everybody to be thinking about how to protect, how to prepare, and how to propel. So with those introductory remarks, it's my real pleasure to welcome again my 3 esteemed panelists. We have Yoshida-san here, the executive chairman of Sony Group. We have Megan Sullivan, who's amongst her many hats, a real thought leader globally in the area of international affairs, policy, and energy. And we have Chris Miller, who is very well known amongst many things for his book on chips, and we'll certainly talk about the chip war. I'm going to start with Yoshida-san. And if I can ask you my first question, Yoshida-san, about how do you see the implications of this changing world order on the business outlook for Japanese companies, particularly when you look at the strong degree of interdependence and connectedness and the challenge posed by geopolitical changes?
Okay.
Over to you.
Well, as you mentioned, Gautam, the global order and the global frameworks are certainly facing many challenges. Those include free trade, the WTO, territorial sovereignty, and the Paris Agreement. However, I believe that the free flow of goods, capital, and people is essential for the world. Many companies operate with this assumption in mind. Let's take Sony as an example. Sony is headquartered in Japan, but 83% of sales are overseas. We have been allocating capital to entertainment overseas and the semiconductor production capacity in Japan. So many industries rely on global interdependence and interrelationships. This is a result of efforts over a long period of time, including the Industrial Revolution and many conflicts and wars. By the way, Sony is both $12 billion semiconductor supplier and $7 billion user for our products. Let's look at some examples of interdependence in the semiconductor industry. This slide shows Japan's major semiconductor fabs. Yesterday, I visited Micron's fab in Hiroshima. As you know, Micron is a US company, but it has a core fab right here in Hiroshima. In Kyushu and Yamagata, Sony manufactures CMOS image sensors, which are semiconductors used in smartphone cameras. Taiwan's TSMC has a fab in Kyushu, while trial production has started at Rapidas in Hokkaido. The smartphone we use every day are powered by semiconductors supplied through a long supply chain. Japan has a strong presence in semiconductor materials and production equipment. The PlayStation game console is actually a computer and requires many semiconductors. The main CPU, GPU chips used in the PlayStation are supplied by AMD, a US-based fabless semiconductor company. Its manufacturing is handled by TSMC. So the semiconductor industry is a symbol of global industry interdependence. Its supply chain, including IP, design, and lithography, is global. And as shown in the wafer-based production share, the center of semiconductor production is in Asia, including Japan. Many companies are essential, but no single company controls the entire supply chain. This is covered in Dr. Miller's outstanding book. Thank you, Chris. Through this book, we learned that semiconductors are a core industry in the modern world and a major theme in the battle for technological supremacy. I think Megan will touch on this, but energy is another major theme in geopolitics. Semiconductors require a significant amount of energy to manufacture and to use. Sony's semiconductor business accounts for less than 15% of its total sales, but about 80% of our global electricity consumption. AI data centers are a prime example of the massive power consumption in semiconductor use. The desire for peace runs deep in Hiroshima. Looking back on history, we know that trade wars often lead to military tensions. In other words, industry interdependence can be seen as a foundation of peace. So I believe that it is meaningful to embrace the sustainability of industry interdependence here in Hiroshima.
Thank you, Yoshida-san, for bringing out the interdependency so vividly through your own example and experience. And I want to pick up on your point about tensions in the global world and maybe invite Megan to comment a bit about the tension of all tensions between the US and China and how you see that today and how do you see that evolve into the future?
Great, thank you. And it's a pleasure to be here and to be on stage with my colleagues. Thank you very much for that presentation, which did, I think, lead quite nicely into this question about the US-China relationship. And of course, businesses around the world, in Japan in particular, are affected by the trajectory of this bilateral relationship. It's not just American and Chinese companies that have an interest in to see what happens. So let me just say a little bit about some background on that relationship very briefly, then a little bit about where we are today, and then a little bit about where we might be going. So just in terms of the background, this is, I would say, in the US, we call it the most consequential bilateral relationship in the world, just given the impact that it has on the economy and on geopolitics broadly. And many of us at Harvard University call it the fiercest competition in human history. And when you talk to Americans or you talk to the Chinese, they'll have very different interpretations of why this relationship is so tense. But it is a competition that is a competition on all dimensions. It's an economic competition, it's a political competition, it's a military competition, and I would say first and foremost, it's a technological competition, because both sides have come to believe that if they can be dominant in technology, they can be dominant in all the other domains, economic, military, and otherwise. But the perception gap is so large. If you ask an American policymaker in Washington, D.C., what is the cause of the relationship being so troubled as it is today? If you ask a Democrat or a Republican, you'll probably get a very similar answer. And that answer will involve pointing to Chinese behavior in the South China Seas, vis-a-vis Taiwan, the theft of international of IP. It will involve certain economic policies that create problems for other companies around the world. It will involve China's investment in its military and its very active pursuit of a much larger nuclear weapons arsenal. Those are the things American policymakers will point to. If you ask someone in China, what's the cause of the relationship being so tense? That person, and I did a debate with a Chinese general at a conference recently, so I had this opportunity to sort of compare perspectives. The Chinese person may say the real root of the problem is that America is in decline and it refuses to acknowledge its decline. And so we have these very different views of why the relationship is so tense, but it is nonetheless so very tense. The Biden administration spent a lot of time investing in relationships across the board. We saw every cabinet secretary, I believe, go to China to try to build a personal relationship with his or her counterpart. And the reason for that was not that the Biden administration believed that they could have a very close and collaborative relationship with China. They just saw that personal diplomacy as being essential to navigate any disruption in the relationship. And where we are today with a different administration in Washington, D.C., is, I would say, an even more tense situation, because we don't have those deep relationships that were built over time. In fact, there is very little contact between Beijing and Washington now at official levels. And certainly everyone in this room will be well aware of the trade tensions that have unfolded over the last couple of months. As an American, I would say that I think the Trump administration probably misjudged or misread China in the sense that there was perhaps the expectation that a very, very aggressive move in putting 145% tariffs on Chinese goods being sold to the United States would be sufficient to get the Chinese to come to the negotiating table and make concessions. And this was a pattern that proved true in much of the world. But China's different, China's much larger, and China has its own domestic politics. And so in fact, that move did not create an environment in which China was willing to make concessions, but instead kind of escalated the tensions. We're now in this bit of a pause where we're all hoping for some kind of positive outcome. But I would say, at least at the moment, the contact between Beijing and Washington and the talks that were supposed to be happening are very minimal at this phase. So the last point of what I want to say, where is this going? I'll give you my 80% scenario, and then I'll give you my 20% scenario. I feel 80% confident that this is going to a place that is going to be very difficult for all of us to manage and to work around over the next several years, if not longer. I don't have much confidence that there is going to be an agreement that is going to resolve the broad set of issues that are at the source of the competition. I think there are structural issues between the United States and China that almost ensure that this relationship is going to be a difficult one to manage and that it is going to be prone to disruption and potentially fiercer competition, and hopefully not, but possibly conflict in the coming years. And these are issues having to do with economy, having to do with military, different models of development for technology, all of those things. What's my 20% scenario? My 20% scenario says that, let's just say in a month, maybe longer, we could see President Trump and Xi say that they've reached a grand bargain. Now, I don't see structurally that there is a grand bargain to be had between the US and China. The differences, again, are so fundamental. But I do see that there is an incentive on the part of President Trump and perhaps on the part of President Xi to present the world with a new kind of arrangement that they can say, well, all of this disruption that has been dealt with over the last few months was worthwhile because we came to something even bigger. And so President Trump would like to say, I have reached a grand bargain with China that no other president was able to reach. And so all the tumult in the markets and in trade and the inflation, all of that was worthwhile because now we have a better relationship with China. The question is, what would that grand bargain look like? And it's very hard from I would say, I try to be as objective as possible. It's hard to imagine what that would look like unless it involved a number of things that a lot of Americans would be very nervous about giving away. And that would be allowing a lot more Chinese investment into the United States, potentially allowing the export of sensitive technologies to China. These are things that would be very controversial in the United States. So again, 80% confident that we're going to all be living with this kind of geopolitical risk and need to find a way to accommodate that into our businesses and our political movement forward. 20%, we could be surprised with the declaration of a grand bargain, but one that might be fundamentally flawed in some important ways.
Thank you, Megan, for teeing up the conflict defining our times today and the 80-20 scenario. And that sets up very nicely, Chip, Chris, the question about where is the race for chip supremacy going? And if you want to just share with our audience where we stand now since you wrote the book, and what do you see as the outlook?
Great. Well, thank you for the opportunity to join today with these panelists. I think Megan pointed out the central role of technology in U.S.-China competition in every sphere, military, economic, and others. And when you dig into the technologies that matter most, whether it's EVs and the automotive industry, whether it's AI and the race to build better AI systems, whether it's robotics and advanced manufacturing, undergirding all of that is better computing capabilities and therefore more advanced semiconductors. And that's why you see in every region of the world, all the major economies, Japan, European countries, the United States, China, Korea, every government is investing large sums of money, billions of dollars trying to build their position in the semiconductor supply chain. And there's a real race going on right now between, on the one hand, the existing supply chain, which knits together the US, Japan, Europe, Korea, and Taiwan, as Yoshida-san pointed out, and a competing supply chain which is headquartered in China. And what we've seen over the last decade is that China's tried to build a self-sufficient supply chain, which is a very difficult thing to do given the extraordinary complexity of all of the inputs involved, the materials, the chemicals, the tools, the intellectual property. But we also see that China's made real strides over the past decade, thanks to the extraordinary engineering talent in China, thanks to a lot of government investment that has made possible capital expenditure that would not have happened in a market economy, but is possible today in China. And thanks above all to a couple of leading Chinese companies, Huawei the most important, that have driven forward the technological frontier in China. And so I think by any metric, the gap between leading Chinese firms and leading firms in the existing international supply chain is smaller today than it was 5 or 10 years ago. In certain segments, there still are gaps. And in particular in segments where Japanese firms are strong, like the materials, the chemicals, the tools that are used to produce chips. There are still capabilities that China doesn't have and has to import from Japan or from the Netherlands. But that gap is closing over time, and I think we should assume it closes further, because for China's leaders, this is an existential issue for their economy, but also for their geopolitical position. And that's why the chip war that I wrote about, I think, is continuing, if anything, in a more aggressive phase now than ever before. The US in particular is trying to cut off China's access to technologies. China is doubling down on its self-sufficiency efforts. And I think if you were sitting in Beijing looking at the last couple of years, you've got your own internal reasons to want self-sufficiency, but you also probably conclude that the Trump administration's tariff policy, as well as all of the controls on technology transfer, have only underscored the importance of self-sufficiency as a strategic priority for China. And so I think we're headed towards a world in which we have two increasingly separated supply chains. Not completely separated, because the integration that you highlighted really is fundamentally important, drives efficiency, drives technological improvement. But for political reasons, both China and the rest of the international supply chain want self-sufficiency for themselves as well. And so the interconnected world that you started with, Gautam, is beginning to come apart in certain ways, and advanced technology and semiconductors is one of the spheres where you see that most profoundly.
Thank you for that perspective. Chris, if I could ask a follow-on question before I come back to Yoshida-san. What do you see the impact of this whole, let's see where the tariffs land, but whatever is being debated, the impact of that, and also some of the sanctions that, Megan, you referred to, that US has imposed on technology transfer, and also some of the incentives that the US is now offering, for example, to do more local investment. What do you see as the impact of some of these geopolitical drivers on how the value chain will get structured over the next many years?
I think one of the challenges that companies face is lining up these incentives, these sanctions, these restrictions with the market outcomes that they want to see. If every government in the world is subsidizing the building of chip-making facilities, we're going to have more capacity than we otherwise would, which creates real challenges on pricing. And we're already seeing that in many segments of the chip industry. If governments are restricting technology transfer, whether it's the US restricting the sale of tools into China or China restricting the sale of minerals out of China, this is going to induce investment in self-sufficiency that the market on its own would not have made. And so we're seeing government policy introduce inefficiency in every segment of the supply chain, which each of those individual steps makes sense from the political perspective of those governments. They want the security that self-sufficiency can offer, but it adds inefficiency at every step of the process. And companies have to manage this. They've got to deal with the reality that politics is not going away. It will be central to the chip industry for the foreseeable future, but they've got to manage it so it's as low cost as possible. And I think one of the key challenges, and I'd be interested to hear Yoshida-san's view, but one of the key challenges that many corporate leaders have faced is trying to balance the political realities with the market dynamics that they've got to organize their businesses around.
Thank you. Yoshida-san, I come back to you. We've had our two other panelists talk about all the things that are dividing the world. But I think there's one thing that is integrating the world is still entertainment and the connections. Entertainment makes across cultures and different segments. So can you talk a bit about that and how Sony views the role it is playing in connecting this fragmented world?
Okay, of course. Well, earlier I discussed how global industrial interdependence contribute to world peace. The semiconductor industry is a prime example for that. Now, I'd like to talk about the connectedness between people. Here is one interesting data showing Japan's export values of major products to the global market. Automobiles is Japan's largest export product. Excuse me. This core industry supports many jobs in Japan. Hiroshima is also home to Mazda, a wonderful company. The second is entertainment content, followed by semiconductors and steel. In terms of content, most is games and anime. And there are many influential companies in Japan, and Sony is one of them. This illustrates the growth of Sony's entertainment business, including games, music, pictures, and anime over the past decade. Of course, electronic hardware and semiconductors contribute to be important business for us. However, in recent years, our entertainment business has become Sony's core. So from here, I'd like to talk a little about games and anime. As I noted earlier, game consoles such as PlayStation are actually computers. They are equipped with the latest CPU, GPU, and memory. The group company that operates the PlayStation business was originally named Sony Computer Entertainment when it was founded 30 years ago. Back then, people mainly played games against computers. We later changed the name to Sony Interactive Entertainment because games had become a way for people to interact with each other. During COVID-19 pandemic, when I asked a schoolboy why he played games, he replied, "To meet my friends." So games have become a form of live entertainment where people share time and space with each other. And people continue to seek live entertainment. The market for live music concerts, has been expanding steadily. Sports as the ultimate live entertainment. We use computer technology called game engine to offer the latest live sports technology as demonstrated in this video. These are CG images generated using game engines by tracking the player's movements. So this technology is unique as it generates and streams CG animation in real time with a live broadcast. Anime is a unique form of Japanese entertainment that enjoys worldwide popularity. Sony has been producing anime since 1995 and distributing anime since 2017. And last week, there was a Global Anime Award event in Tokyo. This event celebrates anime creators and also connects anime fans and creators. This year marked the 9th edition of this event, and we had a record 51 million votes from around the world. Recently, Japanese artists' music, led by anime songs, has been gaining worldwide popularity, and music has the power to connect people across national borders and language barriers. We have seen that social media or its algorithm can sometimes divide society. But I strongly believe that entertainment connects people. So just like the connection of the supply chain, I believe that human connectedness through the entertainment aligns with Hiroshima's desire for peace.
Well, thank you. That's very powerful to see the role of entertainment in connecting people in a fragmented world. And by the way, those anime slides reminds me of what I'm missing on, so I will. So I wanted to move this discussion now to kind of the third section about what does it all mean from a value creation lens, right? And I'm going to start with you, Megan, as you think about the nexus of energy transition on one side, one of the defining forces in the world, and AI, artificial intelligence. And how do you see the role of artificial intelligence? What is that doing to energy, and where is all netting out?
Sure, thank you. It's a fantastic question because it is one of those questions that doesn't have a definitive answer today, and there are really two sides of it. So let me explain how AI can help advance the energy transition, maybe allow the world to get to net zero more quickly or more cheaply. And then the flip side, how AI could prove a real challenge to that pursuit. And I'll give you my judgment where it nets out, although with the caveat that there's a lot uncertain, some of which I'm sure Chris could help us understand. So on the positive side, I think there's the expectation and already some demonstration that artificial intelligence will help advance the energy transition. There are so many ways in which AI can help us identify, create, and build materials that will be more energy efficient. There's also demonstrations of how AI can be very, very useful in helping allocate energy resources very efficiently. We've seen that actually in big data centers, that AI is very useful in figuring out how to cool data centers by using dramatically less energy. And when we think about some of the challenges associated with the energy transition, we don't have to go that far back. We can just think about Spain and Portugal last month and the blackout that cost, I'm not sure exactly what the number is, but billions and billions of dollars to those economies when the tension on the grid made the whole energy system collapse in these countries. That AI can most likely play a very useful role in helping manage the grid as it's trying to incorporate a wide variety of new energy sources. So there's lots of reasons to think that AI can help us reach net zero more quickly and more cheaply. There is, however, a strong argument on the other side, and that has to do with the fact that AI and the development of large language models and then eventually their widespread use is proving to be incredibly energy intensive. So the numbers are huge and vary pretty greatly depending on who you ask. But if you look at the International Energy Agency, which is an institution in Paris without kind of a business connection or a government connection, so pretty much I would say the most unbiased source we could get, they look at the demands of AI on energy, AI development on energy, and expect that by 2030, that's in just 5 years, that the global energy usage for AI will be more than Japan's energy usage entirely. So we're talking about a huge amount of additional energy. Japan, one of the largest economies in the world, all the energy that Japan uses will be required to train these large language models and to use AI in an inference capacity. So that is a real constraint. So two things could happen. On the one hand, countries and companies could say, the development of AI is so critical to our national competitiveness and to our national security, much as Chris described, that we're going to use whatever kind of energy we need to make sure that energy is not a constraint on the development of these technologies. And that means if it can be renewable energy, great. If it's nuclear energy, fine. If it's coal, gas, whatever it takes, that will be used. And that could create real strains on the energy transition. Alternatively, a government might say, you can only develop this AI capability if you're using renewable energy or using net zero energy. Many of these companies, before the boom in AI, made commitments to green their power usage in the coming decade. Now, I think given that choice, it is almost certain that governments and companies will choose to pursue AI given its national competitiveness and its national security implications over constraining the development of AI because it cannot be done without challenging the energy transition. So, we have these two sides of the coin. My hope is that the development of AI and the chips that Chris has been talking about will become more and more energy efficient, and that many of these projections of huge amounts of energy requirements will prove to be unfulfilled, that essentially we'll be able to develop these technologies without this use of energy. There's several reasons to think that people are working extremely hard on making chips more efficient. So hopefully we can do both. Hopefully we can move ahead, develop these technologies, but do so in a way that doesn't put the energy transition off track. The last thing I would say on this is just there are geopolitical implications of all of this. So going back, Gautam, to your opening comments, that if we look at what has happened in terms of AI and energy and geopolitics in just the last couple of weeks, one thing really stands out, and that's President Trump's trip to the United Arab Emirates and some agreements that essentially will enable or allow U.S. companies who are building these frontier AI models to do that in the UAE. And one of the reasons why this is attractive is because the UAE has energy, cheap energy, available energy that it will provide these firms, and so they will no longer feel that constraint that they feel in terms of developing these technologies inside US borders. They're going to feel that they have access to unlimited cheap energy. The question is, does that create some second order effects, some unanticipated consequences, whether that refers to security, national security, or other kinds of safety issues?
Thank you. Thank you. I know, Chris, that you are going to have to leave us in about 10 minutes to take your flight. While we have you, I did want to ask you two questions, and then I'm going to come back to Yoshida-san. One is just your perspective, since AI is so much at the heart of driving demand for chips, just your perspective on how do you see that demand evolving? And what do you see as some of the scenarios around that? Last night I was at a dinner discussion with someone else who was also challenging what the future might be with the arrival of quantum, and how the small LLMs in the meantime might also shift the demand equation relative to the large LLM model. So just firstly, your perspective on how you see the demand for chips driven by AI might evolve in the future.
Well, I think like in the sphere of energy, it's hard to predict with any sort of certainty. I think what we can say looking over the past 70 years is that humanity's demand for computing power is essentially infinite. If they can produce computing power for us, we will find uses in entertainment, in energy research and exploration, and all of the fields that you use computing for. And what's, I think, striking historically is all of the new industries that have emerged thanks to the availability of cheap and plentiful computing power. Social media barely existed 15 years ago, and now some of the largest companies in the world exist thanks to the fact that we all have extraordinary volumes of computing in our pockets 24 hours a day. And so I would be on the side of those who would bet if we can keep building more and more computing power, we will find economically productive uses for it. And I think that does imply that if we can build bigger data centers, so long as we can power them, there will be an economic return to doing so. And that's why, if you look at the world's largest technology companies, they're all making the same bet. They're all betting that if you build more computing resources, build more AI infrastructure, that the return will eventually come. And so I think of our current moment in AI sort of like the internet was in 1990. The internet existed, but we still hadn't found most of the valuable uses for it then. And it would take many years before we invented the first smartphone and connected that to the internet, before we found ways to search the internet efficiently. And so it wasn't for a decade or more that many of the world's leading internet firms emerged. I think AI is similar. We all know about chatbots, but I think chatbots are AI 1.0, and there will be even more interesting applications for AI that emerge down the road. New companies, I think, that are founded based on these new applications, and the productivity that comes from AI, I think, will largely result from these second or third stage applications rather than the chatbots that we have today.
So Chris, when you put it all together, when you look at AI's evolution, demand for chips, the global semiconductor supply chain, the fragmentation, and the connectedness that Yoshida-san talked about, what are some of the biggest value creation opportunities that you think companies in Japan should be thinking about?
Well, I think Japan has a lot of opportunities from AI, both in the sense that the chips that AI will require will in turn need machines and chemicals and materials that are produced in Japan. And we've seen Japanese firms in the semiconductor supply chain be major beneficiaries over the past couple of years because demand for their materials and their tools has increased quite dramatically. So there's a direct impact on Japan from that. And Yoshida-san showed the absolute centrality of semiconductors and semiconductor manufacturing equipment in Japan's exports today. A portion of that is thanks to the demand that AI has created. But I think over the medium and longer term, AI is both an opportunity and a challenge for Japan. If you look at the spheres where Japan is today world leading in advanced manufacturing, in chemicals, in materials, there will be major changes that AI enables, driven by better robotics, driven by new R&D for material science and materials like Megan was mentioning. And for Japanese firms, there's an opportunity if you can capitalize on AI, improve your R&D processes to take advantage of what AI enables. But I think there's also a risk that if you don't adopt those methods fast enough, your competitors might. And so I look at robotics as an interesting test case. Japan's the world leader by far in robotics. Japanese companies play a central role in providing robots to the world factories. But it's also clear that robotics is at an inflection point right now, driven by new AI capabilities. And so there's a chance that Japanese firms use their advantages to retain their market position in the new world of AI-enabled robotics. There's also a risk that they don't capitalize on it and that other firms from other countries take market share from them. And so that's why this moment is so interesting, I think, for Japan in particular, because of the opportunity, but also the risk.
Thank you for sharing. In fact, your comment sparked a thought. McKinsey did a study a few years ago on the global economic impact of AI, and we think that can add another $5-6 trillion to the global GDP, which, by the way, Megan, is another thing which is bigger than the economy of Japan. So think about the economic impact of that. And one of the observations I would have is that most organizations are not quite ready, right, to your point, to truly capitalize on this massive technology wave. And in many ways, the technology has evolved much faster than the human being's ability to grapple with it and use it to drive business outcomes. But if there's one organization, I want to come back to Yoshida-san. I think Sony, for those of you who don't know, is now already hitting its highest ever global market cap. And you certainly know how to deliver outcomes. So when you think about value creation opportunities, could you share a perspective on how is an organization like Sony reorienting its supply chain, its go-to-market, and thinking about these new economic corridors such as India, Middle East, to create value?
Okay. Garam, thank you for mentioning the market cap. Earlier, I mentioned the interdependence of the global economy and industry. So as interdependence progresses, the structure of the industry becomes horizontally specialized. Foundries such as TSMC is a typical example of this in the semiconductor industry. Moreover, as the shift towards the horizontal division of labor moves forward, industries will transition to services and softwares. So this is a natural evolution. The term free and open Indo-Pacific strategy was first introduced by the late Prime Minister Abe in 2016. I believe that the Indo-Pacific economy is a corridor for value creation, you mentioned, especially for Japan. Now I'd like to talk about India, which has the world's largest population with an average age of 28. Japan, on the other hand, aging society and has an average age of 50. Sony has been doing business in India since the 1980s. Initially, India was a market for Sony's electronic products such as TVs. In recent years, Sony has been working with Sony Pictures to deliver content to televisions via satellite and cable channels. Content delivery has also expanded to digital distribution, such as Sony Live. In addition, Crunchyroll is delivering anime content to users in India. And furthermore, Sony has moved into content creation. Sony produces TV dramas locally. So it also nurtures Indian game creators through initiatives such as the India Hero Project. In the field of music, we seek out local talent. In this way, Sony is shifting its Indian business from products like TVs to services that deliver content, and then to content creation and nurturing creators. So this is also a natural evolution for Sony. Earlier this month, the Indian government fully backed an entertainment event called WAVES, the World Audio-Visual Entertainment Summit. Our CEO, Hiroki Totoki, also has the opportunity to speak with Prime Minister Modi about Sony's various contributions and efforts in the field of entertainment. So even in the case of a single company, Sony, value creation spans the Indo-Pacific region. Anime production is based in Japan. Anime distributor Crunchyroll is based in San Francisco, and both PlayStation and Sony Pictures operate out of the West Coast. So many Japanese companies are involved in both anime and games. So the Indo-Pacific is a corridor of value creation for the entertainment value chain. So it is the same for the semiconductors we have just discussed. And the foundation of this value creation lies in the industry interdependence and the connectedness of people. So this interdependence and the connectedness, I believe these embody the desire for peace in Hiroshima. At the same time, the desire for peace and Governor Yuzaki-san's ESGP.
ESGP, we learned that last night. Chris, I know you've got to run. Before you leave, I'm going to go to Megan next, but before you leave, is there any final thought on how individuals or companies should be thinking about competing in this crazy time that you want to leave behind?
Well, I think nothing to add beyond what I've already said, but thank you very much for the opportunity to join both of you.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you. Megan, I'm going to come back to you. I think just to close the circle on value creation opportunities, and thank you, Yoshida-san, you exemplified the whole dimension of economic corridors and new geographies that present value creation opportunities. From your standpoint, Megan, as you think about particularly area of energy, which I know is an area of expertise for you, Japan has some vulnerability. It is reliant on external sources of energy to meet its needs. What are the implications for Japanese companies and executives in Japan as they navigate the world of energy from sustainability, from security, from competitiveness standpoint? And any opportunities do you see?
Great, thank you. And I'll be relatively brief in the interest of time. Let me just say two places where I see opportunities. One related to energy, but first I would say, reflecting on this really interesting conversation that we've been having, one area of opportunity for Japanese businesses is in navigating the geopolitical realities. That can be a benefit. Like if you are a company that makes an investment in understanding geopolitical trends and not regarding them as completely an external variable that cannot be anticipated, then that is an advantage to you. And there are some areas in this very, very dynamic global environment that we've talked about, there are some things that we can, that we can be comfortable knowing are likely to persist, and other things that are more likely to be changing in a more regular basis. And I think a company's ability to really understand those dynamics and to work them into their strategic plans gives them a competitive edge. In terms of competitive edges or opportunities in the energy space, there's of course many, many opportunities for Japanese companies in this space. As you mentioned, Japan does have a vulnerability with over 90% of its energy being externally imported. And that, of course, has led the government to embark upon what I think is a very wise energy transition strategy, which is aimed primarily at diversifying suppliers of imported energy and diversifying sources of energy. And in Japan, the ambition to get to net zero, to be net zero by 2050, is not just an environmental goal, of course, it is also a national security goal. And I think that that's very wise in a world that is integrated but increasingly fragmented and increasingly competitive. We see energy being used more and more as a geopolitical weapon. And with that in mind, the imperative of becoming more self-sufficient, which in Japan's case often means higher uses of renewable energy, has a national security component as well as an economic component. So in that respect, I think the strategy that Japan has in place is very wise and creates a lot of opportunities for businesses in the whole low-carbon domain. So there's opportunities for the investment in, development in, and export of a wide variety of low-carbon technologies. I'd say the ones that stands out where Japan has already been at the leading edge relates to hydrogen. That's one area. But certainly the whole AI dimension we talked about is another area that will be of significant growth. There's also the need for widespread investment, not just in Japan, but globally. We're talking trillions of dollars of investment in new forms of infrastructure, which create big opportunities for Japanese companies as well. I could go on with the different energy sources, but I think that the main point is if I were a Japanese business, I would be, sobered by the geopolitical realities, but appreciate that getting mastery of those is a competitive advantage, and then looking at the energy transition strategy of Japan as an opportunity to make investments that have both economic rationale, but they will also be lasting because they also have national security drivers behind them as well.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Megan. I think keeping an eye on the watch, I'm going to try and bring this to a bit of a close with maybe one or two remarks before I thank the two of you. I want to just share two reflections. I think hopefully this discussion has captured some of the challenges and opportunities of leading in today's times. And when I talk about implications for organizations, I also want to highlight what I call the microscope and the telescope. The microscope and the telescope. We talked about earlier when I mentioned protect, prepare, and propel. I put all of that in the context of the microscope. Looking at, as an organization, looking at everything that's happening around us, looking at the trends, looking at the risks, and using kind of a microscopic lens to see how do I protect, how do I prepare, how do I propel. But one also needs to have equally a telescopic lens. A telescopic lens that goes much more into the future. You're talking about 5, 10, 15 years, recognizing that you don't have the crystal ball. How do you build a capability in the organization as the management, as the board, to develop insight, to develop foresight, to have oversight on the key things that matter is going to become equally important, because geopolitical capability, Megan, to your point, is going to have to be a capability, much like supply chain, much like product development, that organizations are going to have to build. And the last thing I'd say is, we are in Hiroshima, we are here in the context of the peace conference. I would also highlight the need to give hope. I think the need to give hope, and we all as leaders of functions, of teams, of divisions and companies have the obligation to give people hope and optimism, even as the world continues to look, as I said, deeply globally contested. With that, I'd like to thank my two esteemed panelists. Let me start by thanking you, Megan, again for sharing your incredible perspective, not just in US-China, but how the whole nexus between AI, energy, and the opportunities it presents for Japan. And Yoshida-san, thank you for firstly leading by example. I think what you have done at Sony is a great honor and a case study in itself. And I think you have exemplified how institutions like Sony can play a role in connecting the world and giving peace and hope in a context of, again, a fragmented world. And also, how to transform the portfolio. You know, your slide about entertainment now double. How to transform the portfolio and how to tap into new opportunities is also very inspiring. So I want to thank the two of you and hopefully give you 5 minutes back before you get to the next session. Thank you for listening and thank you for engaging. Thank you, both of you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yoshida, Professor O'Sullivan, Mr. Kumura, and Professor Miller. Thank you very much.
It is now time to begin the session organized by IMD. The session will focus on the theme, Governance for Peace, Lessons from the Public and Private Sectors. Let me introduce our distinguished speakers. Dr. Seiichiro Yonekura, the Dean, Hiroshima Business Management School, HBMS. Professor Salvatore, Mr. Dr. Takeshi Takatsu, Managing Director, Northeast Asia, IMD, and the Professor of Finance, IMD, Professor Salvatore Cantelli. We wanted to have these three distinguished guests to the stage. For this session, Dr. Takatsu will serve as the moderator. Professor Takatsu, the floor is yours.
And thank you very much for joining us today. My name is Naoshi, and I'm really delighted to be here today with Professor Yonekura and my dear colleague Salvatore Cantare. So the way we thought that we would construct this session, and also the theme of our discussion will be governance. We're going to discuss governance because governance matters. And so we're going to discuss the governance of international institutions, but also private sector, and what we can learn from each other. And maybe for you, maybe you are representative in different ways of a corporation or organization or international corporations and all that. And then you can maybe think about the way your business is run, your business is governed, and also the objective of your business, how they are aligned. So that would be the purpose of this discussion. We would like to invite you at one point to really, discuss maybe with your neighbors about this idea of the governance of your organization, right? And then we have Sarvo talking about his ideas, and then also Professor Yonekura talking about his ideas to address these issues. But before going into the content, let's talk about a little bit about Hiroshima. Professor Yonekura, you were not born in Hiroshima, you were not raised in Hiroshima, but you're now living in Tokyo, but you teach in
Yes.
Hiroshima, right?
Yes, as you mentioned, I was born in Tokyo, raised up in Tokyo, so I do not have any relation with Hiroshima.
Yeah.
But my predecessor, Mr. Yokoyama, unfortunately passed away last April. And then Governor Yuzaki came to my office in Tokyo, and I did a bad hunch at that time. And he asked me to take over Mr. Yokoyama's position as a dean. But I'm a very weak person. I couldn't decline his offer, and I came to here. So at that time, I didn't have any idea why Hiroshima.
Right.
But I found this year's the 80th anniversary of the bombing. And I found a kind of my fate. I'm not a religious person, but why I came here last year, because I have to do something, and I have to say something from Hiroshima as one citizen of Japan. That's the reason why I'm teaching at the Hiroshima Business School. And I'm a dean of the Hiroshima.
It's a true honor to have you, Professor Yonekura, because he has been very well known in Japan as the authority of Japanese management, innovation, etc. So I'm sure that he's going to share us a lot of insight and would challenge maybe my colleague Salvatore Cantari, who is going to introduce himself right now. You are Italian, you're living in Switzerland, you come to Japan, this is your first visit to Hiroshima.
Yes.
Yeah, it's on.
It's on?
Yeah.
So first time in Hiroshima. I just arrived yesterday night. It's really humbling to go around. We went this morning for a walk. And so I'm really overwhelmed in this moment, but that says that there's even more reason for me to be here. So thank you so much for the organizers and to you, Naoshi, to having me here. I think it's a good discussion. I will tell later that I really believe that the structure informs discussion. So this idea of having maybe a different governance structure for different organizations, I think is very important, especially for such an important topic as global peace.
Yes, indeed. We had a chance this morning to visit the Peace Memorial Museum near the epicenter of the atomic bomb, and it was a very humbling experience.
So absolutely, yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so let us move to the discussion. And then, Salvo, you have some story to share to us.
Absolutely.
Right?
Just so, once again, thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure to talk of such an important topic as governance and governance of what I say, public institutions, right? I've been working, it's 30 years that I've been working with companies, and I've been working with boards from many different private companies. And lately, in the last maybe 5 or 6 years, I've been working also with boards of non-private company, with large non-government agencies. And I think it's important to me to actually look at what are the differences in this decision-making and differences in the structure of decision-making and the outcome of what comes later. I'm going to be using an example throughout this little talk, and which is the World Health Organization. And I will do so not because I think that the organization is not run in the best way possible, because at some level I think that it is run in a very good way, but just to actually highlight the difference between the way in which a non-governmental organization is run versus a more standard private company, the one that I used to work. And of course, when we talk about World Health Organization, we have to go back to COVID. This is the first thing that comes to my mind when I think about this, and the kind of reaction that the World Health Organization had in that particular situation. I don't know if you remember, we start hearing about the population, me for that matter. I start hearing about COVID in the late November 2019. There were the stories coming from Wuhan and the difficulties and really the emergency that over there. And yet, we had to wait until the 14th of January for for the World Health Organization to come up with their own statement. And their own statement was kind of interesting because on January 14, 2020, I'm talking about 2020, they were talking about no clear evidence of human-to-human possible spreading of the disease. We had to wait until January 30 to actually talk about the emergency of a possible pandemic, and March 11 for the actual declaration of the pandemic. And by March 11, everybody actually knew what was going on at that time. It was obvious to everybody, and this is the moment in which they come up. What they were supposed to do, it's easy to say ex post, there was a pandemic, it's their fault. Obviously, it was not their fault. But what was on their plate, so to speak? Well, their plate was very simple. They should have coordinated their research. They should have, as they did, maybe not as quickly as I want them to do, but they did. And they had to coordinate a sort of global response to the pandemic. That didn't work. What they should have done, and this delayed risk communication, something which is standard in companies. This is standard in companies, at least within the scope and the boundaries of the organization, and they didn't. And this is very interesting because they come up with this pandemic, right? On the January the 30 was the emergency, and the pandemic on March 11. But we know that there were already financial instruments issued by the International Bank of Reconstruction and Development in 2017. I'm not kidding. In 2017, we already had documents, was a pandemic bond issued by this organization in which some of the triggers of the pandemic bond was coronavirus. 2017. The bond has a 3 years tenor, 3-year maturity, with maturity somewhere in July 2020. So to some extent, some people at least, knew that there was the risk of the pandemic. There was a document done by Swiss Re, which is a large reinsurance company in Switzerland, about the risk of the pandemic. And one of these risks was coronavirus, very well modeled, all right, with all the distribution and everything, statistical distribution. And this was something that somehow didn't reach us until many, many months or years later, so to speak. Unfortunately, there was no enforcement mechanism, but this is part of the World Health Organization. They have not the power to enforce whatever they say. And of course, they have very much fragmented coordination. This is a little bit the scope, so there's nothing wrong about that. This is a bit scope of the institution. But if you actually look at the structure, at the governance structure of the World Health Organization, you understand why maybe sometimes the decisions are not as quick as we would like them to be, as pragmatic as they should be. The World Health Assembly, which is the large governance body, is done by 194 countries with 194 individuals, I guess. The executive board, which is what in a two-tier system in corporate governance for private companies we would call the board of directors, is done by 34 people. That is 34. That is 34 people, and these are elected for 3 years, and they meet twice a year, right? So on the job for 3 years, and they meet twice a year. And the executive board, what we would call in a company, well, the executive team, so to speak, is done by 6 people, all right? And of course, you cannot not make the difference between what happens, what could happen. I've never been in one of the meetings. What could happen in some of the discussions, which is done at that level, right, with respect to the kind of discussion which is done in a more standard two-tier board structure in a private company, right? For a private company, in general, we know that the number of board of directors, the average number of board of directors in a Russell 3000 company, 3000 is basically a big database, is about 9 people. And what we know is that as long as there is a higher number of board of directors, the quality of the discussion and the quality of the decision decreases. To some extent, if I had to translate it, I would say there is a little bit of a boundary in a number of people that can actually be in a discussion, at least in a board of a private company, okay? And we know that the higher the number of board of directors, the lower is the financial performance of the company. This is something that we know from data. We know also from data that in general, boards are organized in committees. That is, since it's very difficult to actually make like some interesting discussion when there's like many people in the room, then the board delegates some of the discussion, not the decision making, but at least the discussion. The discussion is done in smaller committee. Let's say we have a ESG or sustainability committee, all right? Generally speaking, in a board, which on average is done by 9 people, there is a smaller committee that is a group of people from the board that are basically asked to talk about that particular topic, to make the research on that particular topic, and eventually to address the board about what they found during the thing. And we know that, for numbers, so once again, that the higher the number of committee, the lower is the effectiveness of the financial performance of the company, with the optimal number of committee, which is up to 6. More than 6 committees, we have a little bit of problem. The decision is done by consensus in board. So you understand, how difficult must it be to put together 34 minds within the World Health Organization. And once again, it is just by structure, so to speak. It's not about the quality of the people, which is, of course, the highest. It's just the structure. As I said before, structure inform discussion, structure inform decision. And this is why I think this is very important. Mm-hmm. All right, so.
Excellent. So thank you very much, Professor Nicola. Would you like to start your presentation? Would you like to ask Sarwa some questions?
Okay, first of all,
yeah.
I'll do my presentation.
Yeah.
And
then we can exchange ideas.
Professor Kantar, thank you very much. As he talked about the WHO, the World Organization, but I'd like to talk about particularly UN and the peace maintenance function. And because I am a professor of innovation, so from the point of view of innovation, we need the innovation in a large international organization, or non-public private organization, I believe. And so in this line, I believe the business and the global organization can learn from each other. And many of you, unexpectedly, those countries are adopting the capitalism. And the capitalism is now under a severe criticism. But still, I am pro-capitalism because capitalism has a power. And why those countries adopted the capitalism? Because in 1979, Deng Xiaoping gave up the communism. And in 1989, Gorbachev also gave up the socialism. Why? Because socialism or communism is very good at distributing wealth, but cannot create the wealth itself. Only capitalism can create. But the problem is that this system, capitalism, left the huge gaps between haves and have-nots. And in my word, innovators and non-innovators. But why capitalism can create wealth? Because the core of the system based on innovation and competition. So my point is, for example, I like this figure, and the central government, okay, can order, okay, make 1 ton of nails and plan the economy. And yes, it's possible like this way. It's 1 ton of nail, but never think about the customers. Well, capitalism always detecting customers' need, and also creates new products, service that never exist before. This is a core of the development, evolution. But as I mentioned, the gaps between haves and have-nots. And the issue is the widening and fixing. As many of you noticed, only 5% of people control 80% of wealth of this growth. But still, innovation and competition is the power of the creation of new things. And I was given this topic, and then I found, as you mentioned, structural change we need. How to introduce the competition among the international organization like a UN. How to introduce the innovative mindset to those people. So probably we need some, same as the WHO, they have to rely on some private institutions like the laboratories or so many institutions in the world. But they try to rely on very internal resources and very hard decision-making process. And in order to do so, we need the diversity. The diversity is the source of innovation, as you know. The last 20 years, why Japan stagnated? Because we lack a kind of diversity. And so how to, as you mentioned, the UN, those international organizations created years ago, almost 70 years ago, and never changed the same structure. But we have to bring the new structure for this, to create the innovation and also competitiveness, and not only competition among themselves. That is my, and also we should provide incentive scheme for public organization. How come? Public organization is the independent and very common sharing based on commons, but should we provide incentive for innovation for those kind of organizations? But I think yes. How to design the incentives, not only financial, but how to effective. Many of you, same, they're facing the TV and unbelievable massacre in Gaza. Okay, people are dying and were killed by, the bombs in Ukraine. Why we cannot stop in this 21st century? Right? Why we have to see the TVs with very helpless emotion? But we have to do something to create, to function the global issue, even the global warming and war, conflicts. And in order to do so, we need some structural change, and also we need courage to tackle with the new agenda, to create something new. That is my...
これが私の考察でございます。このトピックで私が着記された考察であります。先ほど WHO の話がございました。これは意思決定機関のプロセスだけではなく、この競合イノベーションの設計、そしてまた
they can, or international organization can learn from the private or business sectors. That is my presentation.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Professor Yonekula. One word that came to me after hearing both presentations is the diversity of models. We have diversity of models of capitalism, for example. The Chinese capitalism, Russian capitalism, Japanese capitalism, American capitalism are all different because of the social fabric and all that. And so you talked about WHO, you compared it with the benchmark of the, like a corporate sector. And then you also said that the structure rules the decision, right? But also the goals or objective of the organization would define the structure, right? Would you like to elaborate a little bit more on that?
Absolutely. So thank you for the question. What I meant is that it's too easy to say that some public organizations are not so efficient. But I think I want to be a little bit more careful in my statements. And why? Because private organizations, generally speaking, we have one goal, which I can summarize with maximizing profits. And it looks like to push forward this big boat is a little bit easier when we know exactly what is the North Star and we are moving in that direction. So since structure informed discussions and then decisions, I think it's just more logical to think that the kind of decision-making and governance in order to reach that objective is a little bit simpler, right? It's simplified just because it's a simpler objective, so to speak. Now, of course, I don't believe for a second that the only objective of a company is to maximize profits. And I don't think that, any non-psychopathic person would think like, the same. There's much more that, companies can do and actually do in society. But in the moment in which you make a little bit of complexity in the goals, let's say lately with sustainability, sometimes we call it ESG, then you understand how just putting a little bit less focus on the objectives of the corporations make the whole discussion way more complex, the whole governance way more complex, and the decision-making less clear-cut. So when we talk about peace, right, which is the objective of this stuff, you understand like how much more complex the problem is and how much more subtle and articulate the governance of this governing body should be. So I'm not, but still, that said, I think there is something that non-government organization can learn from the public sector, right? This idea like organizing about committees, the crisis escalation committees, which is obvious in large companies, right? And non-existent in some organizations. Why not? I mean, we know that works. We know that these are best practices. Why not borrow some of the things and actually bring it to the fruition of everybody? We used to say, this is Latin, so many years ago, even before me, my hair are very white, but the Romans would say, si vis pacem, para bellum. That is, if you want the peace, prepare for war. Lately, much later, it was like, that was not very well said. If si vis pacem, para pacem, if you want the peace, prepare for peace. And this is, I think, where our structures and institutions should go, like preparing the peace in order to actually world which is a little bit more peaceful, so to speak.
Professor Yoneka, you may have some reaction.
Yes, now the devil's advocate now. And as you mentioned, the private sector, they have the very simpler goal compared with the global matter. But I dare to say the peace, simple. Okay, stop the pandemic, simple. Compared with the making profit, so many the stakeholders to see. This is my first reaction. The public sector is the much more complex issue they have to tackle with. The private sector is much simpler, but I feel the opposite. Okay, the goal is simple: stop the war now. Okay, the peace now. Stop the pandemic. And then why those large organizations as UN, WHO cannot do this. So I think in this line, I really agree, the structure. And also the group think. Those people among the international organization village, okay, they have the similar discipline, similar way of thinking, and similar bureaucratic procedures. So that's the reason why we need certain competition among those. So you mentioned those in the organizational structure were invented or designed many, many years ago. So the technology-wise, big change have occurred. And geographical-wise, so many new emerging countries are joining. So we have to think about the organization itself. I think, I dare to say, the goal is simple, relatively public organization compared with private organization. This is my reaction. Of course, those is probably the too simple way of thinking, but we have to change the structure of the decision-making of public sectors. Even in government, too, we can see there's so many waste, so many redundancy, and so that's my,
Okay, so
reaction.
what is your reaction to his reaction?
So then I kind of agree with you. I think these organizations were designed, 70, 80 years ago, right? So we are like in a completely different world, and they need to be redesigned. I think I know how provocative when you say like we have to stop the war, we have to stop the pandemic. How do you? I don't think there's any to argue about that. But it would be a little bit simplistic, and I'm sure that you agree. I'm sure you agree to think like 194 states get together, and so I think we need more important structure, more complex structures in order to address that. All right, because the problem exists, and even with respect to the pandemic, some states would not consider the pandemic as something very, very relevant. And also in this very surprising environment we live. We have the pleasure, the luck to live in Switzerland, and we have this small house which is on a ski resort between Switzerland and France. So we live like really on the border, right, during the winter. And the Swiss people, for some reason, decided to keep the ski running. So the ski resorts were open on our side, and you just look on the other side of the slope, everything is closed, and you see actually people coming from France, right, in order to ski in Switzerland. And we understand, how this simple problem could not be addressed in the same way by two neighboring countries, that is, two countries that should have a very similar understanding of what the problem is, with this neglecting this idea that people from France would come to Switzerland to ski. If you actually think, and the ski resort in France being closed. This is how we live in a world which is very interconnected, and then we have to take care of this. This is not necessarily simple problems.
Yeah, well, this is getting very, very interesting. So, I mean, we are talking about two different, arena of complexity and simplicity, right? One is the objective, and the other is structure or the composition of the members, right? So, even if we take this point of view from Professor Yonekura, that actually WHO's mission during the pandemic could have been an easier one, stop the pandemic, right? But still you have this 193, 94 member countries and all that with probably different structure and governance and everything else. What is your view of, taking this simplistic idea of just stopping the pandemic? Why did it take, such a massive effort for the WHO to organize themselves?
I have my view on this. I think it was different objective, different economics objective. and the difficulty actually put a resolution to them, right? You know, we put our country first, and maybe this is the right way to go.
Right.
And we're like very difficult, you know, to have this thing. Different economic situation, different understanding of what will be like, you know, the repercussion of COVID in that particular situation, and not an adequate response to that. It's as simple as that. Unfortunately, this is why maybe or maybe this is my way of thinking. I'm a professor of finance. Maybe I just I reduce it a little bit, but it was really truly different economic objectives, different incentives.
Yeah, I think many of us remember, because, you know, all those living in Japan would remember the fact that, for example, in the early phase of the pandemic, the Scandinavian reaction to the pandemic was very, very different from the Japanese reaction. Japanese reaction was like, okay, save lives no matter what. And then the Scandinavian approach was different. That came from the, you know, like complexity of the member, but also the difference of the member states, correct?
Diversity.
Diversity.
Yes, and also for innovation, we have to encourage the experiments and trials, okay, in order to avoid those things. Nothing happened. So I believe this is a quite good example. Scandinavian people, okay, I dare to say, let them die, you know. But in Japan, we have to protect everybody. And a different way, but in the long run, we will learn, okay, what kind of reaction or correspondent will be effective or not. But no, how do you say, no gobu shugi, you know. Particularly the international organization, the UN, there must be no, you know, experiment. Okay, there must be no wrong decision. But no wrong decision in this complex world, nothing happens. So I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So how to design the new structure? So we shouldn't be hesitant to do so. Am I so simplistic?
No.
Sabo, you talked earlier about this complexity of WHO, and from your perspective, what functioned very well with the particular set of governance structure at WHO in the pandemic, and what didn't?
So I think it's easier to point out what didn't work very well.
Yes.
Right, and what didn't work very well. And coming back to what we could have learned from the private sector is, first of all, they don't have committees.
They don't have committees. Okay.
And that would be like a really nice addition to have it. Like, you know, out of these 34 members, being able to instead of having like very complex discussions and very high-level discussions, only twice a year. So you understand that this is not best practice.
And you said that the efficient board of director in the private sector is actually 9 people, right?
This is the average.
That is the average.
And what we know is that, at least with respect to financial performance, the higher the number of people in the board, the lower is the financial performance.
Right.
Now, once again, I'm assuming that financial performance is the only thing that is driving all this. But let's say, suppose that in a company, this is the only thing that drives this. That basically says that the higher number of people makes the decision less focused and less efficient.
Right.
So to some extent, and unsurprisingly, you know, I work with other board. There was another board, and I'm part of this advisory board. We are 37 people. 37 people. Okay, it's an international organization based in Geneva.
Right.
Now, you understand, like, you know, how complex the discussions are, how long they are. Sometimes I have the impression that, you know, we talk just because we want to make a point that we said something, rather than we say something which is relevant, which is really adding value.
Right.
How many good decisions? Well, how many decisions can we make in a situation like this? Like, and we know. So my point is, we know that if you have a precise goal, a higher number of people does not necessarily mean a better decision or a quicker decision or more efficient decision. So if that is the case, why do we keep, thinking about, why do we innovate, as you would say, right?
The question is, who can change the structure? For me, it's not so difficult to install the committee system. Okay, pick up the 7 or 8 people from the 39 or 37 executives to create the decision-making organ. So it's impossible for WHO by itself to make a change or reform.
As it is difficult. As it is difficult.
Who can change?
No, I think we can change. I think
we can change,
but
okay.
it's not an obvious problem. This is what I'm saying. It's not an obvious problem to solve, right?
And from your experience, you said that you are part of a committee with 35 or 37 people, right? And then you think that this is a bad idea from your empirical and academic experience, right? But still, this system or this structure goes on, and it's difficult to change.
It can be changed, right?
I think so. It could be changed. There's very difficult political resistance to change it. I think countries want to have something to say.
Yeah.
All right. Or maybe they don't want to have something to say, but they want to pretend that they have something to say. And this is the difficult part, I think. This is the difficult situation. Yeah.
I want to ask Professor Yonekura, because in Japan we have gone through this governance reform in the last decade or so, and there has been a massive reform in the governance structure, the number of people in the board, and also external members and all that. Could you maybe share with us your insight about how it was possible and what kind of positive or negative effect it is creating?
This is the pressure from financial world. Japan has to invite external executives to govern. And why? Because of the last 20 years, the financial performance of Japanese companies are so bad and so low of the returning ratio. So this is quite easy, but when we look at the UN or public organization, their financial structure is not so good, not so effective. So from the taxpayers' point of view, we have to, we can't put the pressure on the reform. But I couldn't came up with the idea who can be, but the taxpayers, I believe. So that's the reason why U.S. government tried to withdraw their responsibility. This kind of, how do you say, the database, database decision making, or as a financial, the performance judgment must be done by somebody. I cannot figure out who it's going to be, but is any, so you financial, the analysis on the public sectors, but UN or global public sector's financial performance?
Yeah, so maybe if I could rephrase Professor Yonekura's point. In fact, in the Japanese corporate governance arena, you had the pressure from the financial market, and then the government heard it, and the government installed some rules and protocols and all that, and the company had to follow. And then the financial performance of these companies improved. So that was a sort of virtuous cycle. In the case of international organization and other public sector, that kind of pressure, where is it, or how does it work?
So I don't think we have the equivalent of that thing. Financial markets are very powerful, and at least from my point of view, they have this ability to actually getting all this information together, right? I think this is one function of the financial market is one of getting information and analyzes information and resolving information. So we have a pretty good idea of what the market thinks. You know, if you actually think, like, you know, in the last moments in this very interesting political setting, with respect to the Trump administration, there were only two institutions that basically were able to tell Trump what we really thought. One was the market. The market was independently of what, you know, the Trump administration would say. The market would react exactly as it should. And the other one, and I'm a little bit sorry to say, it was Harvard University, right? That, you know, to some extent, it was the only one say, like, you know, you cannot really do that. And and we don't have this. We have public sentiment, but it's not the same strength of financial markets, right? Financial markets, we vote with our money. I would say, you know, with public sentiment a little bit less, right? So this is what is missing. This is this sense of accountability that it's always present in financial markets is a little bit less present.
But besides the financial market, I do not like Mr. Trump as a person, but sometimes he does might be right. You know, he withdraw the financial aid to the global warming, all those things. At least the administration, also largest contributor, make a voice, okay, to do so. So there are some countries, the person who in charge of the international matter have to raise a voice, okay, by doing some withdrawal the money or withdrawal their rights to do so or something. And I think each country has to have the action to reform the international organization. So the way the Trump administration is not so good, but the return of investment, we have to pay more attention, even in the private sectors. Is it possible? Yeah. And Japanese government should do something.
I think maybe we should be more vocal. Yes, I think we should be more vocal. At least if there's something about the Trump administration, they're very decisive. Like, it's not sure about the decisions, but they're very, very clear about what they think.
So in a way, in case of an international organization, the member state could be more vocal about the direction of the international organization, the way it governs and it directs themselves. But let's go back a little bit to the private sector discussion, if I may. And what we're facing, and we had this discussion about the financial market putting pressure on the governance, and the governance has improved, etc. Right? At the same time, we're talking about peace, we're talking about sustainability, we're talking about innovation is, of course, a very, very important agenda. At the same time, innovation kind of, informs the profit and profit-seeking opportunities, correct? But sustainability and education or health of citizens, etc., these are the different agenda who do not necessarily align with the profit-seeking behavior, right? And we are in this phase of having to kind of integrate these concepts or these goals into the organizational governance of the corporate sectors. What are your views on where we are now and where we're going?
It really depends on the scope of the time, and innovation sometimes it takes a longer time, but necessary. And the short-term profit seeking also includes the innovation behavior, but the important point is the too much pressure from the financial sectors, the companies try to very short-term result. So in this line, we have to be very careful about the public organization and innovation. But how to, make a balance between the innovative, based on the profit-seeking in innovation and long-term result. In the short term, it would be very dangerous to pursue only short-term the result. I agree. So this is also the matter of governance. Okay,
right.
How to.
Salvo, your reaction to this question, please.
Once again, I think when we talk about private companies, we have a simpler set of objectives. And maybe it's not the objective, maybe the stakeholders a little bit simpler. Okay, let me put the stakeholders a little bit simpler. It's we enter in companies with one objective and one objective only, kind of, and we are able to pursue that one. With public organizations, they come, maybe if there's something that can be done, like instead of talking about World Health Organization, make it smaller, right? If you cannot have institutions become bigger and up to the bigger task, maybe making smaller institutions. That also smaller institutions in terms of the objectives that they pursue. All right, if it's not about the World Health Organization, maybe making smaller, cancer, or something which is related to that. That is going to be put in more focus on the organizations and maybe also on the quality of the discussions that can be done. So if we can make the people bigger, just make the organization smaller. So actually to fit the objective.
I had a chance to study a little bit about several companies in Kyoto. And some of them has history of 700 years or 500 years or something like that. They are not listed on the stock market, but they have survived all these years, generations after generations after generations. So probably the goal was very different from short-term profit making, probably a long-term sustainability of the company, etc. So earlier, Professor Yonekura, you raised about the different types of capitalism in different countries and all that, but we also have different types of companies, and maybe in countries like Japan, we have very different segments of companies with different time sets and different ideas about the how to please the different multi-stakeholders. And first, I would like to hear from Professor Yonekura about your observation about the variety of the multi-stakeholder capitalism within our country. And then next, I would like to hear from Salvo your reaction or your observation about that. Thank you.
So variety is quite important, but varieties or diversities really depends on stakeholders. If stakeholders choose this kind of variety or this kind of company philosophy or mission, they vote means they buy the stocks, right? So in this line, they're very simple, the private sectors. The stakeholders, so buy or not, support. And then now, compared with before, the many people talking about purpose, mission, value. Those are different, the statement from money, profit. Okay. So if the stakeholders means the financial institute or individuals prefer this mission, this value, will buy. And so in this line, it depends on our choice. This is a very democratic world. But when we look at the international public organization, like I dare to say, like a UN, a WHO, why is it possible for them to give us a choice? This is a difficult dimension of the question. But at least I want to say that diversity in those organizations is, I think, very low. So as I mentioned, I do not like the Mr. Elon Musk in person, But the idea is quite, interesting and challenging. Okay, in the U.S. government, huge, waste, okay, huge loss, and same as the UN or international organization. So they have to bring the diversified personnel or people into their community. This is the same.
Salvo, on the Shinkansen ride yesterday, we were talking about different things, but you said that Japan, you don't like this narrative that Japan is lost 3 decades. Japan has lost 3 decades. Could you elaborate on that?
Sure.
In relation to this discussion about the governance.
Yeah. With respect to governance, let me add something and then I'll come back to your point. I think you said that you went to Kyoto, is that right, Osaka? Yeah. And you saw these companies that have been there for generations and generations. Yeah. And I think this is the point. The point I want to make is that the one that you see are small fractions of all these corporations that were there 700 years ago, right? And for some reason they survived. Yes. And they survived most likely because of innovation, because of changing of the environment, being able to adapt to the environment, and so on. The institutions that we see, like the UN and the others, our institutions were created 7 years ago, I don't remember when, and they were fundamentally the same, right? So there was no way for them to grow with the time. The market was very clear to say, their company, we like your products, we support you. This other company, not very much, we don't support you, right? And that was like a little bit, what this Darwinism actually happens in business, right? We don't have this for all these large organizations. And this is why I think I agree with you. There will be more innovation, more ability to let these organizations grow with the time, because we don't see that, all right? And this is why also we need different governance structure, right? Coming back, and maybe it is something we can still learn. They can still learn from private organization. And regarding the other question was, every time I come to Japan, I hear about this 30 years lost, and this is such the narrative that I don't like. I don't like at all. What I see is like a society which is beautiful, a society which is rich, full of beautiful values. And so maybe you spend 3 decades to bring everybody with you, all right? And this is something which is per se something valuable, something to be honored, right? So as a company, maybe you want to make the maximum profits. As a society, you want to bring everybody with you. I think this is what you achieved in Japan, and I'm not sure this has been achieved in many other countries in the world. So this idea of per se losing 30 years, I don't think it's a good narrative. I don't think it basically shows what is going on. I don't know if you agree on this, but
Professor Yonekura, what is your view on this?
Yes, one of the safest and richest the country we're in now, but problem is the society itself aging. It is very hard to maintain the power of Japan, and we have to do something for the next, 3 decades, how we can survive. So last 30 years was okay. I think we lost, but the loss means then eating up the past and accumulation. But we have to create the next, the accumulation for the future. This is a big problem. And also the Europe and Korea, even China are aging. They're totally different. We lived on population bonus time, and many except Africa or India, we developed countries are facing, population onus. So we have to change the way of accumulation of wealth or the stimulation for innovation. We have to change in this line. But so far, as you mentioned, we are okay. So I dare to say that's a problem. You know, many people feel we are okay. But for the next 3 decades, I dare to say we are not okay. In this line, now is okay. But when we look at Italy, God, last 100 years, you're okay. How do you think about Italy?
Maybe a discussion for a different panel.
Okay,
for a different
different
panel.
time.
Yes.
But I found this quite important, the evolutionary theory again for a public organization. Okay, the companies, private companies, have to change in order to adapt the change outside. So, like Darwin mentioned, but this is the same for large organization in public sectors. So UN has to change, WHO has to change, maybe so many international organizations have to change to adapt the new reality. In this line, the very educational discussion we have.
If I could ask you, we can have, how do you call that, bilateral learning. Probably private sector could learn from the public sector or the international organization and vice versa, right? From a point of view, what can the private sector learn from the international organizations, and what can the international organization learn from the private sectors?
I think from the private sector, we really should learn how to deal less focused discussions. Let's say it's just a couple of years that we talk more and more about sustainability, about ESG. And I think I mentioned before, just adding one dimension to the problem, right? How much more complex, how much more full of different interpretation of the same concept we have. So this is something that we're not very good. And you actually see at the different schools, right? The US seems to be much more, especially now, much more still pushing the agenda without any sort of concern about sustainability in ESG, at least what it looks like, and how much simpler the structures are, and how much more decisive decision-making is. Right. And then you come to Europe, where it seems like this ESG sustainability seems to be like much more considered in boards and in the public, so to speak, and how much more difficult the discussion is, how much more complex the decision-making is, and also that the structures that we are putting in place seems to be heavier just by adding one item to the objective, so to speak, right? Public organization seems to be, well, generally speaking, with much more complex set of goals and stakeholders. And with all the difficulties that we both agreed, we all agree they have, seems to be able to actually solve and dissolve the trade-off in a much more positive way, much more effective way. Public corporations, public organizations, I think this is what I meant. There are a couple of things. The structure of the board needs to be simplified. The decision-making needs to be simplified. And we know, we have some sort of dictates from the private sector. So the point is studying and be able to actually look at them and try to apply.
Salvo, in Japan, we hear a lot about USA. We try to learn a lot from USA, or we try to sometimes criticize USA very, very much. But you are Italian. You live in Switzerland. You work a lot with the European corporations. Could you please put a little bit more perspective on the European business reaction to the current situation? Like we have a huge setback of the sustainability agenda in the recent years, especially in the automotive industry, right? So, and then what is from your point of view happening in the European corporate sector when it comes to integrating several different agendas, including sustainability and geopolitical challenges?
So two different things, right? Two different things. I think we have been like more proactive on the sustainability, and the push was very much for the northern countries in which some of these instances are very much part of their way of thinking. Now, I'm unfortunate, the more you go south, and by the way, I'm from Sicily, so I'm like as south as you can go in that particular thing, the less this seems to be, well taken. But still, this is a continuous effort of trying to put this into our regulation and our way of managing. With respect to the new administration in the US, is much more wait and see what happens, right? Wait and see what happens, which is normal. When volatility spikes, and this is exactly what we're saying now, the option to defer, the option to wait becomes more valuable. So in this respect, I think, European companies are trying to understand, like, where is this going to go? And it's not obvious, right? This idea that, first some tariffs are included just to be rejected a couple of days, if not a couple of hours later. So we are just basically trying to say, like, let's wait and think and wait what is going to be happening next. And I think this is not just the reaction of European companies, but I think it's been like the reaction of world leaders. Let's see where this is going to go next, because it's not absolutely obvious.
So Professor Yonekura, same question once again. What public sector can learn from private sector, and what private sector should learn from the public sector or international organizations, please?
I think the private sectors should learn how to, manage the long-term goal. Okay? And also not only for one company, but for the society as a whole. And this is I believe the kind of, the shared value in the long term, profitable. In the short term, but how to, persuade the stakeholders, the short term, some suffering for a long term. This is in this line, the role of top managers or top management is more important than before. And then this line that we have to learn to manage the complexity and also long-term orientation. But a public sector has to learn the totally opposite, profitability, efficiency, effectiveness, return on investment. So after this discussion, I realized how the private or public sectors are facing a similar problem. And so many things we can learn each other. It's a very interesting point we are now. So it's a dangerous we have to mix up. Some people say long-term, the private sector is the short-term profit is more important something. But what is our mission, our goal, and how to? I like the word SDGs, sustainable development. How we define the sustainable development, both sides. So I've learned so many things we can learn each other of the private sectors. Mutual learning point. It's open the floor.
I'm okay.
Okay. Yeah. So it's very, very challenging, of course, I shouldn't even try to summarize such a complex discussion, but we have such a diversity in terms of the goals and objectives of organizations and the priorities, and then this idea that another element would add exponentially the complexity of decision making. And also, but there are some empirical and academic researches on the effective way of governance in terms of the number of people, the effective number of committee, etc., which could be applied with some political and organizational effort, of course, to improve the quote-unquote effectiveness or efficiency of these organizations. And just to end, final remarks from both of you, right? If there are any, like business leaders in the audience, what would be the one thing that you would tell them?
Maybe my message is more like for non-business leaders. Yeah, if it's okay. Every time, and I do talk with many people in the private sector, but also a lot of people in public organizations. And whenever I talk to them, I have this beautiful feeling of understanding that they think that they are invested of this very important topic and with this higher level of goals. And to some extent, they almost feel, if not ashamed, but a little bit reluctant to look at private companies and try to learn from them. The idea is like, we are like, doing something which is a bit higher level of integrity and level of standard. Yeah. And I think like, this is correct up to some point, There are plenty of things that can be learned. Yeah. There are plenty of governance rules that we apply routinely in private companies. It would be a shame not to look at them and at least revise them in public companies. It would be a shame not to do that. So I really invite all of you guys that are here with that, look at them, try to understand what could work, try to make your experiments. Maybe you cannot apply them one-to-one to your organizations, but I'm sure there's a lot of things that, we have strong feedback that are something that really works, and maybe you can apply to your sector as well.
For business leaders, this is your time. I think your role, business leader's role, is more important than ever. And in which way? And then you have to think about the short term, the profitability, also the long term goal, the sustainable development goal. And so it's in the short term, there must be some contradictions, so many problems, but how to conquer those, short-term problem for the future. And also I'd like to emphasis upon, there is only one answer, okay? Could be many prototype and many experiments there be. And so business leaders can, ask their stakeholders, their vision, mission, okay? And to be chosen. It's impossible for this complex world to chosen by everybody. But how to give the choice and how to be chosen certain stakeholders who, have the sympathy for the goal, vision, mission.
Excellent. Let me close this session by thanking the audience and also thanking the two excellent speakers, Professor Yonekura and my colleague Salvatore Cantare. Thank you very much, everyone. ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much. Professor Yonekura, Professor Cantale, and Professor Takatsu, thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for waiting. Let us now start the plenary session 6. In this plenary session, we are going to have the panel discussion on making the abolition of nuclear weapons as global agenda for sustainable future. Allow me to introduce the panelists. Ambassador Extraordinary in Plenipotentiary, Embassy of Jamaica, Her Excellency Ms. Shona K. Richards. Professor of Recuna, Dr. Hikawa Kazuko. Director of Association Katawara, Ms. Tokuda Yuki. And this session will be moderated by the Principal Director for Hiroshima Organization for Global Peace, Mr. Shimada Kunihiko. Those are going to be the 4 panelists for today. In this panel, Mr. Shimada is going to take the lead as a moderator. Please. Thank you very much.
Just to proceed in English, but you can ask any questions in Japanese if you really wish to, but let me just proceed and moderate in English. But first, I would like to pose the question to everybody in this room. What kind of world or everyday life will you want to live in year 2045? Please keep considering your own answer to this question during this session. With my case, actually, I'm representing the Hiroshima Organization for Global Peace, so-called the HOPE. But I myself also serving for the last 25 plus years, almost 30 years, as a peace mediator, the conflict mediator. So I do have a mixed feeling about this question. And especially whenever we talk about the peace, I have several different kinds of answers in my mind. But I would like to also pose that question again. What kind of world do we want to live in 2045? We want to have a very clear view in ourselves. In order to achieve such a world, my institution, Hiroshima Organization for Global Peace, poses with the strong belief, with the existence of the nuclear weapons on this planet, there will be no truly sustainable future. So that the HOPE, together with its partners, would like to propose to the world to eliminate or abolish the nuclear weapons by year 2045, the latest. So this is a proposal I would like to put on the table. In order to approach to that specific goal by 2045, HOPE try to approach it from the 3 different pillars. First 2 is kind of traditional ones. First one is, of course, whenever we talk about the nuclear issues, nuclear disarmament or abolition of nuclear weapons, we easily come up with the idea this is a peace and security issue. Now peace and security is treated, also negotiated under the NPT. Second pillar would be humanitarian consequences of nuclear weapons. What if the nuclear weapon being used again? What could happen to the human body, to the planet? This issue is mainly treated or negotiated under TPNW, total prohibition of nuclear weapons. These issues help us to understand this issue from the 2 different worlds, peace and security, more political ones, diplomatic. Another one is more human security, also humanitarian consequences, maybe like from the sociology or health concerns. But something is lacking. That's why the HOPE proposes to add the 3rd pillar to this question, which is our viewpoint from the sustainability. Try to see this nuclear abolition issues as a comprehensive manner to ourselves. Why sustainability? Is because if you look at the whole process, we call the life cycle approach to nuclear weapons, there are a huge amount of the negative aspects towards our sustainable future. First of all, from the mining of the uranium core to the actual use of the nuclear weapons, I hope the last one would not happen ever. First stage, mining of the uranium core, we do have the severe health concerns by inhaling the powdery like a uranium. There's a public health concerns. Another one is by mining things, and also, of course, this cores and the stones needs to be washed. This also causes the water contamination, land and soil contamination hazards, and also once it is used, it will be provide us with the super negative impact on our climate system. This is also the heavy burden on the biodiversity as well. But when we talk about health hazard of the nuclear weapons use, or maybe developing the nuclear weapons, we also need to look upon the importance of the gender matters, especially for the hazards, especially health hazards. If the women are exposed to the uranium core radiation, women are more affected negatively compared to the men in general. So that's why this nuclear issue also has very strong components of the gender aspects. And this nuclear weapon, I have to put it, that's why, like I said, and on behalf of the hope, with the existence of a nuclear weapon on this world, there will be no sustainable future awaiting for us. That's why we would like to see it gone by year 2045, the latest. Because the nuclear weapons are the first and the final self-destruction device for human being, created and developed, deployed by us human beings. That's why their existence is not helpful for the sustainable future, and their existence are not the answer to the source of our comfort. In order to live peacefully and without any fear, we need to get rid of the nuclear weapons as soon as possible. This session says, even at this conference itself, for the global peace. But when I ask you the question to define what exactly peace means, I think everybody has a different way of interpreting or even putting the peace into your own words. Some session is mentioned, even like a Hiroshima, like a declaration that was adopted yesterday at the beginning of the meeting. This will be established upon mutual trust. And one session before this, or maybe two before this, the topic was, I think, a reconstruction in Hiroshima. The moderator mentioned the peace was depicted as kind of situation where no war or conflict exists. That was the traditional way. Currently, we can live in harmony and a coexistence within this planet. That's also another way of the peace. My own way to put in the peace is the everyday life, the situation, existence, daily lives, where we don't feel any fear for distinction or extinction. So in that sense, I would like to put it in the kind of a words, but this could be the source. This could be done immediately in a sentence, in a second, by use of the nuclear weapons. So I would like to put it by saying this one, that I would like to say the Hope would like to propose to have the comprehensive approach to these nuclear issues. From the peace and security, humanitarian consequences, that's quite negative. But the positive thing is how we can achieve the truly sustainable world by 2045. So with that question in mind, I would like to moderate this session. So the speech will end here. Maybe you feel comfortable now because you don't have to keep listening to me. And then I will just, introduce our the fantastic panelists for today. First one is actually we have your honor, the High Excellency, the Ambassador Richards from Jamaica, and we also have a Professor Hikawa, and we do have the representative from the youth, who's actually the lead in the world in 2045. The Ms. Tokuda from the association Katawara. So we would like to hear from them, how we can just, the approach to these nuclear issues and also sustainability issues from the comprehensive approach based on their own viewpoints and also the professional areas. So first of all, I would like to ask the Ambassador Richards to touch upon the couple of issues, including, for example, introduction of the background and contents of the Latin American and the Caribbean's nuclear-free zone, nuclear-free zone, which actually like a very, I think, a groundbreaking and also quite innovative approach led by the your region, LAC. That's the first station. She will share some experiences. And then what made possible for the region to form the NFZ, the the nuclear-free zones in the really like, this kind of world. And the third would be Jamaica's role, because she's from Jamaica and she has rich experiences. Jamaica's role in global and regional peace and security, as well as addressing humanitarian consequences of nuclear weapons and so on. And maybe like the fourth one would be if you could also touch upon your active involvement in areas of peace and security, including because you yourself has been also serving as the chair of the United Nations Secretary General's Advisory Board on Disarmament Matters, ABDM. So if you could also share your views on your active involvement in areas of peace and security, disarmament, and sustainable development, and other relevant issues. So that's tons of issues, but if you could touch upon that.
Thank you, Shimada-san. You've given me quite a bit of work here, so you'll be hearing my voice for a little while. I apologize for that. But just to say that it's a great honor to be here today. And the important issues that we have been discussing for the past 2 days could not be more urgent. And what is clear is that global efforts to secure a sustainable future cannot be business as usual. We need a paradigm shift, and I think that has been coming out of the discussions over the past 2 days. And we need to have the business community on board. And this is true whether we are tackling the issue of nuclear weapons, whether we are talking about climate change, whether we are talking about the abuse of scientific and technological innovation. Now, as a representative and a voice from a small island developing state in the global south, I must say it is an honor for me to be sharing this panel with my fellow panelists to look at the case for making nuclear weapons abolition part of the global agenda for a sustainable future. In doing so, it's not lost on me that Hiroshima is leading the way in bringing diverse voices and diverse perspectives to the table, including small island states like Jamaica, including women and youth, as we address this major issue for humanity. 80 years ago, Hiroshima suffered one of history's worst catastrophes. And for 7 decades, the Hibakusha, they have stood up and they have mobilized in the quest to save humanity. Working tirelessly, they have been doing to ensure that history does not repeat itself. They have been working for a world free of nuclear weapons. But sadly, as we all know, the world today is once again on the brink of a war. We're in a severe crisis. And even more frighteningly is that the risk of nuclear escalation has never been greater. With Russia's ongoing invasion of Ukraine, we have the heightened hostility between India and Pakistan, we have the tensions around North Korean, Iranian nuclear ambitions. And we're actually hearing talks about the use of tactical nuclear weapons as if this somehow would be not a bad thing. And these ideas, they are normalizing nuclear weapons and they are eroding the taboo against their use. This trend is dangerous and it imposes new pressure on the present-day non-proliferation regime. And with the doomsday clock 89 seconds to midnight, the sense of despair is quite palpable. And the Hibakusha, they must be deeply disappointed at these negative trends. So the pressing question is, and I think you posed it, is this the future that we want? 58 years ago, in my own region, the governments of Latin America and the Caribbean rejected such a future. They rejected a future based on mutual assured destruction. Instead, they took a significant and they took a resolute stand in the name of their peoples to keep their territories forever free from nuclear weapons. And today, Latin America and the Caribbean remains at the forefront of global efforts on nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation. Their collective will was manifested in a visionary, in a bold, and in an unequivocal decision to adopt the 1967 Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons in Latin America and Caribbean, which we call the Treaty of Tlatelolco. And under this treaty, Latin America and the Caribbean region became the first densely populated region to establish a nuclear weapons-free zone. How did this happen? The fear of nuclear terror. In 1962, some of you may recall, the region faced an existential crisis as the Cuban Missile Crisis brought the world to the brink of an armed nuclear conflict. And in response to this direct confrontation between the United States and the then Soviet Union, the leaders of the region set aside any existing political differences, and they came together in solidarity against any future threat. Driven largely by Mexico, an initial cohort of countries, Brazil, Chile, Ecuador, and Bolivia, they took the decision to build a regional arms control mechanism to preserve the region's sovereignty against the whims of the nuclear powers, and of course, to address the indiscriminate and destructive force of nuclear weapons. And in less than 5 years, they crafted the Treaty of Tlatelolco, and they did so in defense of the survival of humanity, and of course, for permanent peace based on equal rights, based on economic fairness, and based on justice. Notably, the treaty promised to prevent precious developmental resources from being wasted on nuclear weapons program. And it offered a path to harness nuclear energy for the region's peaceful development. Now, all 33 countries of the region are parties to this pioneering treaty. And under this treaty, they have chosen to do several things: to prohibit and prevent testing, use, manufacture, production, or acquisition by any means whatsoever of any nuclear weapons. They have also agreed to prevent and to prohibit and prevent the receipt, the storage, installation, deployment, and any form of possession of any nuclear weapons. Moreover, they were able to secure, after much negotiation, negative security assurances from the nuclear powers that they would not be using nuclear weapons in the region, and that they would provide resources for peaceful uses. Now, I want to highlight, Shimada-san, of significance is that this treaty embodies our collective view that there are more rational alternatives to addressing security concern than relying on the doctrines of strategic stability. We hear a lot about that. And of course, the favorite nuclear deterrence theory. And these approaches they really rely on the constant threat of nuclear annihilation, of mutual annihilation. And of further significance, I must say, is that the treaty has served as a model in establishing nuclear weapon-free zones in 4 other regions, notably in the South Pacific, Southeast Asia, Africa, and Central Asia. Now, as we deepen the quest for peace, and we've been talking a lot about that in the last 2 days, the P, these nuclear weapon-free zones in the Southern Hemisphere, because the Global South has been leading this charge, provide us with quite a concrete image of what a world without nuclear weapons could look like. Now, let me say a little about Jamaica's role in all of this. As part of Latin America and the Caribbean region, I am proud that my country, Jamaica, became a state party to the Treaty of Tlatelolco in 1969. And we have been a very strong advocate of a world free of nuclear weapons. And perhaps some of you may be asking, what does a small island state like Jamaica have to do with nuclear weapons? And you're quite right in asking this question. You know, in Japan and around the world, Jamaica is known as the the island paradise. We're known for reggae music. We're known for our Cool Runnings bobsleigh team. We're known, of course, for our fast sprinters like Usain Bolt, and you can see this at the Osaka Bampaku, of course. But Jamaica is that and more. We have been a constructive member of the international community, and we play a very active role on issues of peace, security, and development. We were at the forefront of the anti-apartheid struggle in the United Nations, Law of the Sea Convention, and of course, human rights. So there are some of you who may be aware that Jamaica is located right next to Cuba. And so there's a historical connection. In 1962, the Cuban Missile Crisis was on the doorstep of Jamaica. And that was the year that Jamaica became independent. And having gained our independence and responsibility for our foreign policy, we took the decision at the United Nations in our very first speech to be assertive in calling attention to the terror of nuclear weapons. And we questioned the logic of the uneasy balance of terror between opposing nuclear weapons. And we have, since that time, we have been supporting engagements around a shift in the debate on nuclear weapons, to move the debate from only on security considerations to the humanitarian consequences and to the environmental impact. And this paradigm shift is very much aligns with Jamaica's long-standing advocacy for a holistic approach that recognizes fully the intrinsic link between security, peace, and development. That's our view. And Jamaica has consistently argued that this relatively narrow concept, classical concept of security, cannot be neatly applied to the multidimensional security challenges that we face today. We face climate change, pandemics, poverty, inequality. We cannot apply just this narrow sense of security. And so, like Hiroshima, we view disarmament not only from the military security posture, but we view disarmament from human security agenda. And that's what is very important for us. Now, beyond my country's commitment to disarmament, Hiroshima has made this issue my business. 20 years ago, I undertook a study visit to Hiroshima, and I did so with 29 other young diplomats from around the world. And this visit was part of the United Nations Disarmament Fellowship Program. And coming here 20 years ago, I witnessed firsthand the horrific realities of atomic bombing. I heard the heart-wrenching testimonies, the brave testimonies of the Baksha, including from Mr. Akihiro Takahashi, who sadly has since passed away. And I was asked to deliver some remarks at Hotel Riga on the very last day of this visit. And in those remarks, I implored the fellow participants that in leaving Japan, we should take the plea of the Hubaksha, that never again should anyone ever suffer as they have, and we should advocate for nuclear weapons abolition in our future work. 20 years on, as I sit here on this platform today, I am very emotional. I'm emotional because that promise I made to the Baksha has led me here today. And it has not only led me here today and shaped my work in the field of disarmament, but it has influenced my perspective on peace and security. And in that sense, for me, what is paramount is that we must always put people at the center of peace and security and disarmament. You mentioned that, Shimada-san, that disarmament is not about the weapons. It's about people. It's about their daily lives, and we should do that. And it's no coincidence that the United Nations Charter, the very first line starts, "We, the people of the United Nations, determined to save succeeding generation from the scourge of war." And this is very important. This calls for a more inclusive, a more equitable, and effective approach to international cooperation that prioritizes human well-being. and addresses global challenges that affect all people. It is a question of sustainability of the planet and, of course, of humanity. And the time has come for us to recognize and to also operationalize the link between nuclear disarmament and other global issues. Hiroshima is demonstrating leadership yet again through its timely initiative that you just explained to make nuclear weapons abolition as a global goal and, of course, for a sustainable future for all. It cannot be business as usual. We need a paradigm shift. And I think out of this conference, the Hiroshima 2025 declaration shows that we need to join you in helping to transition to use ESGP towards a better future and in a relentless fight for world peace.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Richards. Now I would like to ask the Professor Hikawa to give us the kind of her ideas. And also before doing that, I also would like to introduce that based on the most of the hopes proposal, she is also being served as a thought reader and also being the main author of our so-called vision paper. It's said the existing to a post-nuclear weapon world and sustainable future. And I hope that my colleagues and hope can give you maybe a QR code for the access to this. I have to say that it's a wonderful report. Could be a basis of the HOPE's proposal towards the future. So now I would like to ask the Professor Hikawa to address to us.
Thank you, Shimada-san. And let me switch into Japanese because my English is not so good like yours. And I think that for the interpreters, it's also better because yes, my Japanese is my mother tongue. すみません。それでは日本語でお話をさせて。
Allow me to speak in Japanese from here onwards at this time. As one of the panelists in this meeting, I am very much privileged that I am selected as one of the speakers because I have been an expert in the researches of the nuclear disarmament, nuclear weapon disarmament. I used to work in MOFA, and after retiring MOFA as a researcher, I have been involved in this disarmament activities. But nuclear disarmament and nuclear abolition and economy without nuclear weapons, those are the areas of the researchers. In order to realize this, we have to review what the capitalism is all about in our society. Those is the area that I have been researching for. So this is a rather simple slides. Why I have been trying to link the nuclear arms disarmament with the economy is all illustrated. I was involved in the department to promote the participation of women in the society. In MOFA, I have been involved in the gender issue. And looks like this is the first panel with only the women panelists today. And in 2019, in Osaka, G20 summit was held. In that G20 summit, as you all know, underneath the government organization of G20, there are some private sectors. Women's 20, W20 existed. I was assigned as the co-chair with Yoshida Haruno. She is the vice president of Keidanren, and she took an office as the president of W20. And for some time, I worked with Yoshida-san for some time. And Yoshida-san taught me about the importance of ethical consumption. As Professor Gabriel talked about on the ethical capitalism, ethics have to be introduced in economy. By so doing, we will be able to make a change in the society. And Yoshida-san told me so. Half of the population is accounted for by women. and there have to be more involvement of women in the consumption. Then we'll be able to promote ethical consumption. After the end of G20, I would like to be involved in the promotion for ethical consumption, she said. Now, G20 was completed in June in Osaka in 2019, and women's empowerment was emphasized in her speech by Ms. Yoshida. And on the next day, she passed away all of a sudden. I had been involved in the work together with this. So with this as a very strong will of Ms. Yoshida, we have created the committee commemorating Ms. Yoshida. Every year we have been holding the various events. As a group, I was in charge of ethical consumption. I started to give the thoughts to the ethical consumption. This is a new trial for me. There was a barrier for me indeed. People think it is necessary to have a good ethics whenever you consume something, but ethical ones are very expensive. For example, there are women who are engaged in the child bearing, very busy in bearing the children, and everything related to the babies are so expensive and they cannot afford, they said. And finally, in 2020, we were hit by COVID in the midst of the pandemic. The General Assembly took place in United Nations on hybrid. And it so happens they celebrated 75th anniversary. And in that 75th anniversary, they created the video, Nations United, in the United Nations. This is the 30 minutes video. There was a subtitle in Japanese. And Secretary General Guterres suggested, come to think about 2020 after the start of the COVID and pandemic. This is the world which was not imagined at all. And the climate changes are progressing, and there has been the destruction of the environment. And there is the racism issue still remaining. In that video, Mr. Guterres said, the path we have been through in the past has faced with the impasse. We have to be aware that we need to give the dramatic change in the way we do. So I have been reading Mr. Saito's books and capitalism books, as well as Professor Gabriel's book. Yes, come to think of it, we do have a lot of issues, but if we continue to hang on to the conventional wisdom, we are not able to have the breakthrough. And I have been involved in the nuclear disarmament in the past 20 years, and we have been repeating the same thing and the same stories. Similar stuff. The longer you are involved in this, the same philosophy and the same ideas you share. Probably we need to come back to zero and the starting point. We have to review what we had done have been the good one. By creating the international law, is it possible to get rid of the nuclear weapons after NPT was enacted? Is there any possibility of creating the world free of nuclear weapons? Those are things which were going back and through in my brain. If we can get rid of nuclear weapons, those issues we face, for example, environmental distractions, racism, and the human rights violation, infringement, and the gaps in many ways. If we are able to complete the abolition of the nuclear weapons, do you think we'll be able to create this safer world? Maybe there will be the emergence of the new weapons. What is the essence of getting rid of the nuclear weapons? How come we are not able to create the peaceful world? Those are the things I had in my mind. And after the pandemic, after 2020, the globe, planet, the sustainability in the planet is in danger. Therefore, before we start to advocate the nuclear disarmament, probably we need to think about how serious we face in the planet. In 2021, there was a MOFA-sponsored Track 1.5 meeting for sustainable advancement. There was the discussion in the other panel, sustainable globe and planet, as well as the nuclear abolition have to be put together to consider. And HOPE was introduced. It looks like HOPE as an organization is working on this. And I came to note the existence of this, and I was started to be involved in the theoretical working group for the sustainable future and nuclear disarmament. The discussion results are put in the papers with the issues as well as the solution. And he said comprehensive, but that's not comprehensive, but rather I would like to use the phrase called holistic approach. So what's the difference between holistic and comprehensive? When you say comprehensive, this means this covers many things and everything, but holistic is not to cover everything, but they are all connected, and this is all seamless. And those are some of the things I would like to put emphasis on. We would like to put them in one thing as the holistic approach. So what I am advocating here, sorry, I've been talking rather long. I would like to emphasize on the economy for the common good. I came across with this book. I'm not able to give you the details of this. And last year, because of the planetary health, there was the concept of the common God in Recuna in the policy paper. I have written the paper on this subject matter. If you are interested, please read this at your leisure time. Now, this economy for the common good. Because of the business I am involved in, I came all the way from Nagasaki to Hiroshima, but the Professor Gabriel was a lecturer on day one, so I wanted to listen to his lecture. I changed my schedule, and I have been involved in this panel discussion from his lecture on day one yesterday. And with the Professor Gabriel in his talk, he talked about the basic constitution of Germany, which was introduced, and I talked with him. There is the English translation, this which is available public. They use the public good. In German, Gemeinwohl is very difficult to be translated. In German, it is translated to the public good. But in English, if you are going to translate maybe this can be also translated into common good. So they have the kokyozen in Japanese. Gemeinwohl in Germany can be probably translated for the common good. And I was trying to have the discussion with Professor Gabriel at the reception last night. The good is a little bit different from wohl, which is closer to the well-being. And there was a translator who is good at in Germany how to translate the Gemeinwohl into English. What is the meaning? Everybody has to be happy. The goal, suppose if you have the very nice onsen, the hot spring water, that's the comfortable feeling you can feel. That's what they call the Gemeinwohl. Christian Felber advocated this concept economy for the common good. Our economy is not to seek for the profit. Indeed, gemein good, that's the seek and search for the common good. As I have written here, from the competition to the collaboration, as Professor Gabriel suggested, there has to be the collaboration and cooperation. Of course, we are not denying the competition, but in order to seek for the profit, no, it's not for your own profit, that's for common good. And yesterday, I come across with the new word, SGNP, peace. How are you going to make the measurement of the peace? What is the indicator of making the measurement of peace? In this Christian Felber's economy for the common good, not only the concept, There are indicators which can realize such concept. There are also tools available, meaning there is the common good balance sheet. I think somebody in the last panel talked about the balance sheet. How are you going to make the measurement? And as is suggested in his book, it is not a financial statement. This is to make the measurement of the common good by way of the balance sheet, not only for the businesses. In ESGP, there was the academia and local authorities. If they are engaged in any kind of financial activities, they are able to come up with such common good balance sheet by the introduction of the common good balance sheet. Not the concept itself, but there should be the transformation in the actions. Probably just saying is not going to be enough for you to have the good understanding. This is what I call the common good, which is human dignity, solidarity, and social justice, environmental sustainability and transparency, and co-determination. Those are the 4 values for the common good. Professor Faber said that there is some Christian ideas attached to this. Of course, it is possible to come up with the Japanese version of the common good balance sheet and try to seek for the right values. And there should be the stakeholders groups, in the case, 5 of them: suppliers, owners, equity employees, and customers, and social environment. How are you going to come up with the balance sheet? There is the matrix. There are 4 values we need to seek for, and there are different stakeholders listed vertically. For each section, are you sure that the dignity of the supply chain humans? And those are the checking sheet. And you come up with the metrics or the numbers. Peak up is also different, not also the positive figure than the negative figure. It's not that you are doing it or you're not doing it, that's not good enough, but it has to be the positive and negative number added. In Germany, with 1,300 companies, including the local authorities, they introduced this matrix. I visited Germany to elucidate what they are doing there, and it came to me. The purpose of this is to get the is not to get the result of the matrix through the course or the process of creating such a public good. For example, the relationship with the employees. You interview the employees, you will be able to identify the mindsets and the issues related to the employees. Then you will be able to realize the improvement in your businesses. Those are some of the tools available. I wanted to introduce this in front of you. Sorry, I have been talking rather long. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Higawa, for the very holistic the discussions regarding the nuclear disarmament and sustainability. And now I would like to ask Ms. Tokuda, Yuki Tokuda, to provide us with her views, especially from the viewpoint of youth, but at the same time, you're also representative from the association Katawara. So if you could also touch upon the youth perspectives towards this issue, but at the same time also I've heard you are also one of the experts on talking about the gender issues in relation to this matter. So you have the floor now.
So thank you so much for inviting me, such an excellent panel as a panelist. And
So I would like to switch to Japanese. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I am with an association called the Katawara, and I'm engaging in activities related to abolition of nuclear weapons. I'm also in the graduate school, studying how best to take effective measures towards abolition of nuclear weapons. So as was mentioned, I basically would like to speak from 2 perspectives related to nuclear weapons. The first point is speaking on behalf of the youth. We collaborate with various youth organizations to look into the mindset of the young people from the teens to about 30 in age. And I would like to share with you some figures. First of all, the center is the proportion of youth saying they don't have any hope in society, 56.5%, the middle. I thought it was much more, actually, because now that we are living in a very uncertain age, I assumed that many young people had more anxieties as to what is going to happen to their future because the seniority system in employment is no longer in place, and they have less clear idea of how their professional career might develop. But on the right, 92.9% answer that they would like to contribute somewhat in making the societies better. And so I felt a sort of a potential here because many people wanted to contribute to the society. In the past 2 days in this forum, when I was listening to the panelists, they said that they wanted to see how they could contribute towards a peace through their business activities, and I was much inspired and encouraged by what they had to say. So business may be one way of making the contribution, and especially for the young people, they tend to place importance on the contribution towards alleviation of the climate change. But when it comes to nuclear weapons, that perhaps is still a challenging subject for them. And for me, I was born in Tokyo, and I came to be involved in this topic when I came to Hiroshima when I was a senior high school student and listened to the experience of hibakusha. And it was 2 years after I engaged in these activities that I learned about the experience of hibakusha directly, listening to them. And I listened them saying that they had a hard time making this a global issue because hibakusha would give testimonies to many young people, but the hibakusha said that it was for the first time seeing someone actually taking action, trying to get rid of nuclear weapons, as much as he has spoken to thousands of people and young people. So the question is, what are the actions that could be taken? But in looking towards the future, for many young people, the issues involving nuclear weapons was not in their vision of the future. In other words, up at the latest in 2045, trying to get rid of the nuclear weapons and what things can be done towards that end needs to be brought back to the consciousness of the young people as something that they would have to engage in. Now, especially among the young people, why is it that they have not taken up this topic so seriously in the past? Perhaps they didn't really know the ways to become engaged. And as Dr. Hikawa mentioned, even though there are laws in place or international law in place or treaties in place, still we are not getting rid of nuclear weapons. But still, the testimonies given by hibakusha and the goal that we set for us individually, trying to get rid of nuclear weapons, we still need to keep up with the activities so that it will not be forgotten as a very important global challenge. And apart from NPT, we need to have a greater fora to discuss this issue widely and seriously. So, as was written in the Hiroshima Declaration, last year, the Summit of the Future was held at the UN, and the Pact for the Future was adopted as a consensus document. And of course, one of the goals was to create a world without nuclear weapons. We have tried to foster international collaboration on this point, and of course, getting rid of nuclear weapons requires many years, probably, and we cannot just rely on certain actors to come up with the ultimate solution. But this might be one way of doing our bit in contributing towards this end. Point number 2. Professor Hikawa talked about thinking in a holistic way, and there are some commonalities. What I have to say, when we think about the nuclear weapons, it is something that cannot be limited to discussing disarmament only. And when we discuss the nuclear weapons, who are the stakeholders? And we ask that question: are they politicians, or the military, or the businesses? Who are the stakeholders? Among a limited number of stakeholders, perhaps the issue involving the nuclear weapons tend to be discussed in a very limited way, in a narrow sense of the word, related to national security. So I think we need to broaden the discussion so that we can feel more that we are part of the discussion too. One perspective might be the gender perspective. More recently, we started to talk about the disasters and gender, or climate change and gender. These are some of the topics that are arising more recently in Japan as well. And there are wage differences in Japan. If males are 100, women are 75. And given that situation, once a disaster occurs, of course, the damage may be different depending on the gender. So that perspective is arising more recently. And so, do we need a gender perspective in discussing nuclear weapons? As Mr. Shimada mentioned, the use of nuclear weapons per se may be unbalanced in relation to gender. So the people who are engaging in gender issues or gender challenges might have their views, perhaps indirectly, but they may want to speak up for issues related to nuclear weapons. And compared with the climate change, the debate involving nuclear weapons as such may be rather limited. So we need to increase the number of people who can speak up on this subject more holistically. We are hoping that the nuclear weapon issues are not discussed just as nuclear weapons issue, but I think we need to discuss it with other perspectives in mind, so that each individual can consider that issue as his or her own issue. Spreading the activity is important, and to involve many more perspectives and people with different ideas. Now that we have heightened threat of nuclear weapons, there are still challenges in what sort of activities we're able to conduct. But I think a greater number of youth are having more interest in this topic. And so the point is, how can we involve as many people as possible and many groups and associations as possible to engage in this very important topic? Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you very much.
15 minutes to go. So that's why we already put lots of issues and also items on the table for discussion. And one of the key issues I just realized is actually some of the gaps of the recognition of the issues. For example, even at the SOTOF, the Summit for the Future, last year I was also there, and among the hundreds of the side events organized by lots of different organizations, only 2 events touched upon the nuclear issues. I was very happy to see action number 25 touches upon the importance of moving forwards towards the world without nuclear weapons. But still, there is the lack of, for instance, understandings or level of, lack of the enough level to provide these issues to the world. That's also one thing. I myself also been a regular participant to the Munich International Security Conference, but I'm also a regular participant at the Istanbul, the annual conference for the weapons industry, and always back-to-back in February. So while people and also the kind of ministers and also political leaders talk about importance in the peace and security and how we can just make the world a better place or more like a comfortable place to live in, next week, the following week, there's also lots of the different business people from the weapons industry. They said that this providing more sophisticated weapons provide us with the more peaceful world. So always the lack of maybe a huge gap and disparity between the kind of recognition towards the peace and security issues, even related to the weapons and nuclear weapons. That's why I do feel the importance of putting the common agenda, a common understanding based on the ESGMP in both political, diplomatic, academic, and also some youth activities, but also could be put in the center for the business activities for the future in order to achieve for the truly sustainable and peaceful world for all. So now, that's enough for me, and I would like to ask each panelist to ask the questions among each other, and if you have any kind of burning questions, and please do so, and then hopefully we can close by time. So, Ambassador Richards.
Well, thank you, Shimada-san. I have a question for Professor Hikawa. You're at RECNA, the Research Center for Nuclear Weapons Abolition at the University of Nagasaki. And I shared a little about what we're doing in Latin America and the Caribbean, what we have done to create a nuclear weapons-free zone and how that works. One of the issues is how to expand, how to create alternatives. And I know that RECNA has been doing a lot of work around how to provide alternatives to nuclear deterrence and this concept of strategic stability. And I wonder whether you could share what work has been done on this particular issue for Northeast Asia.
You mean only Northeast Asia?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, generally in the region, but in particular for this region of Northeast Asia.
Okay. In RECUNA, there are various projects we are undertaking. Just like the theoretical convention, in Northeast Asia, how are we going to create the similar nuclear-free zone? And we have been working on this in the past several years, and the report was published just this year. So alternatively, now the nuclear deterrence. As I said at the outset, policy paper is available. This was published last year, not only by me, but also with the other faculty members, as well as by the other side, the researchers from the different perspectives. We have discussed on the result of the researches on the nuclear deterrence. And also in December last year, from Waseda Publishing, we need to design the world free of nuclear weapons. 4 Recuna faculty members put their ideas in that publication there. And my colleague, Professor Nishida, wrote the chapter about the international law for the nuclear disarmament. I was in charge. I proposed a universal organization such as NPT, whereby there should be the agreement amongst as many as nations and non-proliferation. Well, is this the desirable organization, or is it better to have the region-to-region agreement so that we'll be able to reach the common agreement and we will be able to come up with the implementable results? So not under the umbrella of one international convention or the law. Probably we should do this region to region, and if we can put together, we can get rid of the nuclear weapons in the world. That is our proposal.
追加なんですけれども、ビジネス企業がその分野でやはり代替策を見つけるにあたって何か貢献できることありますか？経済例えば研究に資金提供するというようなことに関して実際経済化ができることなどありますか？
Or start in the next couple of years, and especially we have a journal for peace and disarmament, and we are planning to kind of make a special edition for business and nuclear disarmament, for example.
Thank you very much. So any other questions from the panelists among each other? So Hikawa-sensei, do you have any questions? Yeah? No?
Wakamono youth.
I would like to hear from the youth, now that we have the representative of the young people. Because I work in the university, I can have the contact always with the young people, and I learned a lot from the youth. What is the biggest hurdle for the youth? For the young people to be engaged in the various researches, what are the things you wish to have most?
Thank you for the question. There are many things that come to mind, but my feeling is that there are horizontal networking, vertical networking. In both cases, we have difficulties, we have challenges. As I have mentioned, youth and engaging with nuclear weapons are not enough. In other words, in comparison with climate change, the level of activities are still limited. So the question is how we bring about networking among the people who are engaging in this topic is a challenge. We can work on a university terms, or we can try to connect these activities. But I think the question is trying to identify who is doing what are the different approaches, and where do I or others want to contribute. Networking in that level is still not enough. We are not at the level where we are able to present that as an option for giving the contribution personally. It would have been better if I had that sort of an option when I started my activities. That is still a challenge. what sort of a contribution one can make, including myself, is still difficult to identify. Human relations, climate change, these are kind of topics where the activities are more clear. And we are engaging in sort of a research as well. But last year, EU has provided funds for the Next Generation Initiative, which was a mentorship for the youth involved in such a nuclear abolition activities. So this was led by the EU, so many young people from Europe attended. But they are also, and they were mentored, so to speak, by experts. The question is then, could we have similar activities in Japan? There may be some potential in thinking about such opportunities. And it is important to continue with the activities after you start something. And mentoring from such experts might be a great help to encourage young people to become more involved. I think that could make a change, speaking from my personal experience last year.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador.
I am a beneficiary of disarmament education. I came here, as I said, 20 years ago as a youth. Well, not so young, but still a youth at the time. And I really believe in the power of the youth in helping us to transition to a post-nuclear weapons world. But we have to equip the youth. We can't just say we're dependent on the youth to make change, to have that paradigm shift. So how do we go about it? And of course, former Prime Minister Kishida had launched the Youth Leaders Fund to help young people from around the world to come here to experience firsthand, because the testimonies of the Baksha remains quite relevant to drive, to motivate, to ensure that we keep this relentless fight for a world free of nuclear weapons. So your organization is mobilizing, institutionalizing, and how can the business sector help to support what you're doing in terms of public awareness? Because of course, part of the youth education, the disarmament education, is help to mobilize, to develop public awareness. And I think there are several gaps in this area, not only here in Japan, but globally, in the global south. How do we help to equip young people to speak fluently and actively engage on these issues, to engage politicians, to have agency? So these are topics as we make the case for making nuclear weapons abolition a part of the global agenda, the actors, and how to equip the actors to participate fully in the process. And we talk about the youth, but of course, in my perspective, the women who plays a critical role in not only in representation, in number, but in perspective, because we bring a perspective, as I said earlier, that will broaden the concept of security. That security is not just military security. Security is human security, and women can help to do that. We can help to redefine some of the narratives that we have that keeps this military-industrial complex where we spend all this money on weapons to bring solution. But what we're having is a cycle of insecurity and instability, and it is not working. So the new actors, diverse actors, new perspective will certainly help to transition to a world where we don't rely on nuclear weapons for our security.
Wonderful, thank you very much. Do you have any questions to the panelists?
Richard Taishini.
I have the question to Ambassador Richard. Being a diplomat in the past, you have been quite active through your experiences. starting from the visit to Hiroshima as the starting point, you have been contributing to the nuclear disarmament, and mention was made about the importance of youth involvement. In the past, have you done any collaboration with youth? Can you share your experiences? What was good in associating with the youth in your activities? Because as one of the youth, be it the researches or the national government activities, what are the areas we are able to collaborate with? If there is a room, please let me know specifically.
For that, these days I don't consider myself a youth, so I'm in the phase of giving back and helping to empower. And one thing that I try to do is to what I call energize, to give motivation. And for instance, last year, Nagasaki has this very interesting initiative called Youthpreneur, how to link youth engagement around entrepreneurship. Again, to mainstream these activities of nuclear weapons, abolition, with other issues, climate change, business, and so forth. And how to get young people to see that what they do in terms of championing social justice, social causes, can contribute to helping us achieve a world without nuclear weapons. So to come up with creative ideas, and one ideas, we talk about using music, we talk about using illustration, we're talking about social media, young people are very good. What are the activities in your own space that you can use to do public awareness, which is a critical role that young people can play? So these are some of the activities I have been doing with the youth in Japan. At the end of June, I will go on Peace Boat and do some engagement, but I'm going to use part of the music, creative tools or business tools to help young people develop modules and approaches that will help to get greater understanding of what can be very abstract and difficult issues, which are deliberately left, of course, to the military-industrial complex to do the discussions, the diplomats, the politicians, but how to broaden that dialogue and education, workshop, training, especially for women on these topics, is a critical, are critical tools, I believe, in bridging the gap, the knowledge gap, and the capacity gap.
Thank you very much. Since we need to also close the sessions, if you have any last words to say to the audience, please, now is the time, but very concise. Otherwise, I will close the session. So do you have any final word as a panel? Professor Hikawa?
Now that youth is involved here, I believe the involvement of the youth is very important and critical, including the other countries as well as United Nations. We have been involved with the youth, and Rekuna in Nagasaki and the prefecture and the city, there is a big event with the youth to celebrate the 80th anniversary.
Ambassador?
Well, I come from a sprinting nation, and I would say that the efforts to achieve a world free of nuclear weapons, we should see it as a marathon and as a relay race. So it's a long road, but we should never give up. In 1945, a Jamaican reggae superstar was born in February 1945, 8 years ago, the same year as the atomic bombing. And he used his music to champion equal rights, justice, solidarity, one love. Many of you may know him as Bob Marley. And the last song he did before his untimely death is Get Up, Stand Up for your right. Get up, stand up, never give up the fight. So my message is to Hope and to all of us is that the road to a nuclear weapons-free world may seem long and arduous, but let us never give up the fight. Let us come together and let us put that P in ESGP. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador. You have any last words?
A short comment? Yeah. ありがとうございました。そうです。
Thank you very much. I totally agree with what has been said. We might be living in a society difficult to live with the notion of trying to get rid of nuclear weapons. But still, it is there is no choice of getting up. And we had a business perspective in this forum as well. But I think it's important to bring together all those different diverse perspectives in engaging with this important topic. I have learned that over the past 2 days, and through this panel, I have learned a lot as well. So I hope that we can invite as many different people as much as possible as stakeholders to engage in this discussion.
And I would like to also thank all the panelists. And lastly, at the beginning of the session, I ask all of you the question, what kind of world you would like to live in the year 2045? If you haven't come up with a very clear answer, please keep thinking about your own answer, your own way. But if you happen to come up with your concrete answer, please act on it. So this is, I think, one of the key messages from Hiroshima, because since we have signed the declaration yesterday, that includes the new concept, so-called ESG-P. So try to act upon this ESG plus P in your own businesses and your daily lives and so on. So with that, I would like to close this session, and thank you very much for giving us this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
So now it's time to start the closing session for 2025 Hiroshima Business Forum for Global Peace. So in this session, we have invited the governor of Hiroshima, as well as the representative of Hiroshima Organization for Global Peace, Mr. Yuzaki Hidehiko, and also Mr. Niyam Takeshi, chairman of Japan Association of Corporate Executives, as well as chairman and CEO of Suntory Holdings, and he's also chair of the executive committee. Well, thank you for staying with us until the end of the forum in spite of your busy schedule. So thank you so much for joining us here. This forum is almost coming to an end after 2 days. Well, just yesterday at the beginning of the forum, I was on stage with the members of the committee, and then we had a Hiroshima Declaration to accelerate the contribution to peace. Well, so we also proposed ESGP as an evolution of ESG, as a new concept, and followed by the keynote speech by Mr. Marx Gabriel, and other sessions followed. I feel very much encouraged that many people talked about this concept and gave new ideas about the concept, or even proposed what we can do with the concept. I think we had a very good discussion throughout 2 days. Now we are coming to the closing. And this time, we actually did something unique. We set up an executive committee to run this forum, to receive suggestions and ideas about the forum. And this executive committee is chaired by Mr. Ninami. So here in this closing, well, I would like to talk with him about the current world situation, and also a contribution to peace through business activities. I mean, these are the main themes of this forum today, but I hope I can have some talk with Mr. Ninami. So now let's turn our eyes to the world situation now. And I think there has been many discussion about war in Ukraine, as well as Gaza. And today, I mean, there are even a news about 50% tariff on steel, and some countries put in their country first. So it seems like there are some changes or a shift away from rule-based world order. At the same time, we are facing climate change, global warming, and we see more frequent natural disasters. Just the other day, there was a big earthquake in Myanmar, but we see these global problems more frequently these days. And Hiroshima Prefecture is no exception. We have headquarters of Mazda right there, and they are being impacted by the tariff as well. And since you are the chairperson of Japan Association of Corporate Executives, and then you are the CEO of one of the leading company in Japan, so I would like to ask you about your view about the world order that we see today. Seems like there are some disruption, even though everyone worked hard to establish this world order. And from your point of view, I would like to know what you think about that. Well, Governor Yuzagi, thank you for giving me the chance to talk. Well, as I also mentioned in the opening, I think your passion really made this forum possible. And I really appreciate that we were able to have this forum successfully this year as well. And I also want to thank members of the executive committee. I mean, you made a significant contribution to the preparation of the forum, and your comments and feedback have been very influential in the discussion sessions. And I think you shared a lot of insights about what we have to do or what we have to think about. So it's been very inspiring for me, as well as everyone attended this forum. So I would like to thank you for that. So after the World War II, and there was a period of Cold War, and we, Japan, as well as many countries, really has been enjoying the dividend of peace, or peace dividend. But suddenly, it seems like the situation in the world has changed. And it seems like there is no longer peace dividend. But actually, throughout the time, and there must have been many changes, but it looked like it's all of a sudden. And then now we have to make sure that there is no World War III. But at the same time, we have to recognize that there is no framework like we had right after the World War II. And it seems like there is a conflict among the countries in the United Nations as well. So in this time, and then in Hiroshima, where it's celebrating the 80th anniversary of the atomic bombing as well as the World War II, I think it is I think it's been very, it has a significant meaning, and I think we had a very good discussion. And then I think Professor O'Sullivan talked about the middle power and how we are going to connect with them. And how can we, what can we really do when we think about the ESG plus P? But actions that we need to take, I think there is a pivotal role that Japan can play, and I think we need to work together once again to think about how to build peace and how we can avoid a World War III with people from India, Indonesia, and people from Middle East. I mean, rather than having the hegemony fight or battle among in Global South, I think we need to call on them to work together to contribute to peace. And that's one important role Japan can play. And I think, to be honest, I mean, that topic really left a very strong impression on me. And if you look at the US-China confrontation, actually, I've had a lot of chance to talk with people from private sectors. And I can see that the people in China, especially from business, want to connect with us. And they even said that we should not work with the state-owned companies. I mean, they understand that they can do business because there is peace. And then, but one of the things, important things, CTPTP or RCEP, national government still are the one that build those framework. So we as business have to talk and have dialogue with the government. And because of CPTPP, we see increase in export and import in Japan. And RSAP, I don't have the statistics, but what I really felt strongly is that peace can be achieved by having connection in business. But the business also need to talk more with the government who makes the framework. And that's something that we had some shortfall. So diplomacy and trade, I mean business, those like people like us in business are the one that act on actions, but the framework are made by the government. So we as business need to talk with the government. And as the Association of Japanese Corporate Executives, I've been talking with the government. And I can see that the Japanese government trying to drive economy, but in reality, we are the actors. We are the one having the actions. So we still need to fill the gap. And business need to be more active, trying to talk with the government. And I think that's another way to contribute to peace. Thank you. So in this forum this time, on behalf of Middle Power, we have, for example, Ambassador Richard from Jamaica. And yesterday, Ambassador also mentioned that Japan has been building up a relationship with countries who are so-called middle power, and that's very important because middle power countries trust Japan and they have high expectations on Japan. So as Mr. Ninami mentioned, in an unstable world today, and superpowers were in a position to protect the order, but now the superpower themselves are kind of bringing disruption to the world order. So given that, I think there are some roles that Japan is expected to play. And you also mentioned the relationship between business and governments, and we need to have dialogue with them. Well, in reality, I mean, business are the actors, and they are the one that having actions. And then we had a session on architecture, and there was a Ban Shigeru. Actually, people who are making cities or the communities are the companies. I mean, buildings itself. And we, like government, tend to focus on urban planning, and we feel like we are the one that building cities. But actually, business are the one that working on building. And then we also need to think about the economy as the reality. And you also mentioned the case of the Chinese people in business. But that type of mutual relationship is really essential in business. And then business has a big proportion. And there's a role as well as a responsibility of business.
And also, I'd like to bring about the next topic, which is the contribution to peace by business. You know, without peace, you not make a business. In this forum, or during this forum, without peace, you're not able to make it possible to have good business. But at the same time, the business, in order to establish peace, can contribute a lot for that. That is, I think, what you have sympathy with in a great way. In the past, we have talked about the geopolitics and issues to be avoided. So those are the things that we have thought about primarily. And ESG actually started with the avoidance of risks. But we have added P to it. And with that, proactively, we're going to internalize peace in it so that we can bring about new values. So that is really the proposal that we have made. In a sense, it's a huge paradigm shift that we're presenting. And yesterday, during the reception, Dr. Suzuki was talking about as follows, that we have to do good for the ESG pay. And as forum, we have the gathering of the world leaders to discuss on the world peace. Now, this is the kind of thing that we have to continuously discuss on, and we really have to secure the fora for this purpose. So the 2 years from now, well, actually, the preparation is really tough, and it is better to have this type of meeting every year. So we hopefully we'll be able to have this kind of occasion in 2 years' time, and hope that you will be coming back to Japan discussions to also discuss on the evolvement of the situation. And when it comes to ESGP, we really have to spread this concept throughout the world. We have to disseminate it. In that regard, ESGP award. I don't know who is going to choose the awardees, but anyhow, I know. So we have to think about the authorities involved. But anyhow, to disseminate this to the outside world on the occasion of the Davos Forum of the United Nations or appropriate forum in Japan, we are going to make this known so that we'll be able to share this concept with the world leaders. And Mr. Ninami himself, as the leader of the economic circle, well, this ESGP, which has been already sympathized by a huge number of people, we have to devise what kind of actions that we have to take to make this further grow. Yeah, there are two things. Given awards, well, authority or authorization, maybe we have to think about the criteria, but anyhow, I think it is a good thing that we could think of. And in order to proceed with this, individual companies really have to be, collaborated, and our organization, like ours, visited in India and Beijing and Shanghai and Seoul, Korea, and DC, the United States, or in New York. We visited them en masse as members of organization. We have been able to meet a variety of people, and we have been able to being endowed with perspectives. I think it is quite meaningfulness. Well, before, I thought that this kind of Japan Association of Corporate and Executives or catering do not have to exist. But I thought, come to think of it, if we are able to, get an insights from overseas counterparts, if we are to visit those countries en masse, so I think our group would go there to have connection. Well, we repeatedly visited Korea, and many things have passed. Well, but water under the bridge. So we have come to think that we can do so many things together. Together with the economic circle of Korea. When the election of the president occurred, we were wondering what is going to transpire in Korea, and we decided that we have to get together and think about the future of Korea. With Korea, we have been able to do that. For the person, as a person who would think that scrapping the economic organization, I think it was worthwhile, maintaining those organizations because of that. In peace, we have to think about human rights. Human rights, in a deeper sense. Because of human rights, some countries intervene other countries. So, actually, it was used as a weapon for intervene. But when things are happening in Gaza, we don't disseminate information regarding that in Japan. And as a country of Japan, in order to promote peace, I think we really have to, together with middle power, to share our views. Children are dying because of hunger. They are suffering. So we have to make clear what the criteria, the prerequisite of the peace is, and so probably the middle powers would feel compassion with what we are trying to disseminate. Yes, the latest, at least there are certain things that we have to achieve, which is the moral factor that Mr. Gabriel was talking about. So I think this is what we can agree upon, all of us. And that really has to be promoted all together. And also together with middle powers, the minimum thing really have to be secured. And also we have to boost to an upper stage to think about what are the things, what are the area that we have to protect in terms of peace. So that is the kind of thing that we are expected of middle powers, and this is the kind of contribution that we can make in peace. Well, this could be related to the national issues, but you have talked about the dialogue, for example, in relations with Korea. Through dialogue, the new things can be brought about. And Ninami-san, it is really nice that you have discovered the new values in the Japan Association of Corporate Executives, which is quite encouraging as one of the citizens of Japan. But the dialogue in every level has to be maintained. The China-U.S. relations impact us no matter what. The economic security, the definition of which have to be secured. That topic itself is quite difficult, but that is what we have to tackle for sure. We change with like-minded countries from the Japanese, the American status, we really have to value Quad or similar organizations. So we really have to concretize and support Quad as an organization. America, the United States is one of those countries, the Quad. So I think in that sense, it is quite meaningful that we're going to provide support. So we have. Economic security can be blurred. To what extent we can expand our support. But if we divide each country, we are not able to provide good support in terms of economic security. And China and Japan are connected in some ways. So I think there are certain areas that we should not touch upon. And maybe people, the movement of people also needs to be considered. So I think, as in Suzuki-san's topic, and also as in Mr. Peterson's topic, this is the area that we have to ponder upon.
Well, thank you for your feedback, because Japan is not the superpower, but it is a big power. So Quad, as one of the 4 countries, we participate in Quad, and we are a big power enough that can gather the middle power countries. And I think there was a reference in one of the sessions, but when you look at the disruption in the world order, but there will be more changes in the future as well. But I think this is where Japan can help rebuild or re-establish the order. So there's maybe a role or even a mission for Japan. That's what I felt after talking to you as well. Well, if you look at the United States and what they are doing today, well, I feel a little hesitant in front of American friends here, but it seems like when the trust is lost, it takes a long time to get the trust back. And we want to stay as a good friend and good ally with the US. But when they want to recover the trust, maybe Japan can play some supportive role. And I think that's also important. Alliance between Japan and the United States is very important. And then we have been dependent on it. So just in case when something happens, for example, there's a significant vacuum the United States created in ASEAN. So when they want to fill that, and then when they want to rebuild the trust, maybe we can do something. Maybe it will take a long time, or 60 years, as Professor Huntington says. But if you think about the values that we share together, we still have that together as democracy. So if you think about peace, that's also very important. Because if you think about the root of the values, and we really need to think once again what peace really means. Thank you. So as we are going to build a new order, or new world order, I think there are some part businesses can play. And well, in 2 years, I hope that I can have this forum again, and I hope we can have a lot of productive discussion. I can continue the talk for more, but I know the time given to us is almost running out. So before I close, maybe I would like to have a closing remark, and have Ninami-san has a closing remark as well. So allow me to start first. Well, I really want to thank everyone from the executive committee. Thank you so much for your support. Well, it's good to see you here again, but thank you so much. And also, as a co-sponsor, I would like to thank everyone from Nikkei Inc. Thank you for your contribution as well. And Financial Times media partner, thank you again. And then as we want to communicate more to the world, I think we can do more together. And all the collaborative partners who provided the partner sessions, thank you so much. And I really want to thank everyone, as well as panelists, who came on stage in spite of their busy schedule. Thank you very much for making those sessions very meaningful. This forum was only possible with the support of so many people. And I also got a lot of feedback from many people, and many people gave me a very good feedback that it's been very meaningful. But this is simply because everyone really acted with a sense of ownership, and then helped create this forum in such a success. And at the same time, I hope that we can continue to work with multi-stakeholders, including those in business, to think more about the relationship between peace and business. And not just thinking about them, I hope that we can actually move on to act on them. We also have a Hiroshima Organization for Peace or HOPE, and we are going to incorporate this organization and use this as a vehicle in this direction. And I would like to also ask the business leaders, including Mr. Ninami, as well as thought leaders in the world, to provide us continuous support. And I hope that, well, I think this forum is a kind of innovation, because this is where we shared a lot of wisdom, insights, and maybe you were exposed to new ideas or new thinking. And I hope, and then I'm sure you build a new network, or you met new people. So I hope something that you learned or gained from this forum will inspire you to take an action so that we can contribute to a more peaceful world. And I hope you take an action to achieve that. Thank you. And then Mr. Ninami, if you can give us a closing remark. Well, first of all, I want to thank the Governor Yuzaki. Thank you so much for giving us the chance like this. So, Governor Yuzaki, I'm sorry to say this for the citizen of Hiroshima Prefecture, but I hope that he will move on to work in national government. And I've been asking him as a friend. But as Hiroshima is coming to the 80th anniversary and they really reconstructed from the devastation. And as the governor of this prefecture and then communicate to the world, I mean, he's been serving as governor for 16 years, and that really has something special. So when you think about peace, or to think about peace, rather than talking in Tokyo, I think it's more appropriate to do that in Hiroshima, and that's my honest opinion. I've been to Hiroshima several times, but this time, I somehow thought peace is like the air we breathe, but I realized that it's not the case. And I think this is such a good timing to remind us to think about what to do. I realize that there are so many things we have to do and there is cost associated. But I think we also have to celebrate that we've been able to maintain that. But we need to reshape it and work on it again. And there I felt that there is a lot of things that business can do. Well, I used to think that such business organizations are meaningless, but now I feel that there are many things that we can do, and I hope to connect more with others. And I'm going to the US soon too, and there are 2 representatives here as well. I hope that we can connect more with the US as well. So I really want to thank both of you for attending this, and also Professor Suzuki. I hope you continue to give us the warning with that hesitation that Mr. Roos has left, but I really hope that, well, having a strong connection between the US and Japan is really empowering for us. So I don't want to give up. And then I hope that we can be the one to connect the United States with middle power. And we also need to find a way to connect more with China. So we should not have enemies. I mean, we all have to connect together. And I think that's, well, I didn't think, well, too serious about this. And there are many media people, but we really have to have the sense of ownership to think about peace. So this forum really reminded me how important to think about it as my own matter. And I really want to thank Governor Yuzaki for giving me the chance. And I also want to take an action too. Thank you so much. Well, Mr. Ninami, very powerful message. Thank you so much. And then with this, we would like to bring this event to the closing. So let's continue to work together and make progress together for peace. Thank you. Governor Yuzaki and Mr. Ninami, thank you so much. And please give them another round of applause. Thank you. So this officially concludes 2025 Hiroshima Business Forum for Global Peace. Thank you very much for your attendance for the last 2 days.